Hello, Lulu. You. Lulu. Test, test. Test, 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 test.
Rocketo, and that will be in the afternoon with Ivan, David, and Olga. So basically, packed agenda, lots to cover, and hopefully we'll give you more insights into NEAR and what we are about, and how you can help and contribute, and continue to contribute if you already are. So from starting again, like top high-level view, what is NEAR and where we're at. More than ever, we're pushing very much for building an open web, and a web where actually everybody can be empowered to own their data and their creation and realize more of their human potential, right? If we can actually flip some of the paradigm of centralizations on which we are, we believe that then people can be empowered to fully focus on their creativity and own their data and their governance, and therefore be more creative. That's the open web world. In terms of protocol, NEAR protocol layer 1, we like things when they are simple. So the way we think about the protocol of NEAR is simple, scalable, and secure. Simple means two things to us. Simple means actually simple for end users. It means that actually, I like to use my mom as an example. She's quite tech savvy, but it means that actually my mom can understand what she can do when she gets a link drop. She can understand and she can interact without having to wonder about what is a private key. And she has a name and something that is actually usable. So simple means simple for users, but simple also means simple for developers, right? We are actually very actively trying to onboard more developers, because we believe that if we really want adoption for blockchain, we actually need not only superstar ninja developers who can do Rust and Solidity, but also open up the world for JavaScript and things that are simpler and have millions of developers. So simple for end users and simple for developers. Scalable, the principle of actually proof of stake and nightshade sharding, and the fact that we are a fully sharded blockchain that can basically infinitely scale and continue to scale is fundamental to the principle of NEAR as a protocol. And last but not least, but secure, the validator set that continues to grow. We are today at over 100 validators, and that will continue to grow, but continuously secure actually and help secure the protocol. And one more word with an S that we can add is also sustainable, right? So when we think actually about developing technologies for the future, sustainability is absolutely fundamental and at the core of everything we do. I think we were one of the first, actually, blockchain is now very trendy to be, focusing on climate neutrality and do that, but I think we were, if not the first, one of the first to do that. We partner with South Pole to actually continuously assess not only the footprint of the protocol, but also the entire footprint of our ecosystem. And how can we, as an ecosystem, continue to be carbon neutral and also learn together to decrease our footprint. That enables us to actually attract great projects, and more we actually see that this is of importance, in particular for very large companies who want to go Web 2 to Web 3, making sure that the partner they choose is carbon neutral and has that at heart. So simple, secure, scalable, and sustainable. That's us. The ecosystem, this is very simplified, trust me, because keeping up with our ecosystem is no small task, and because it continues to grow every day and every minute, which is absolutely fantastic to see, but definitely keeping up is a challenge. But the way we think about it is quite simply, as you can see on this map. The NEAR protocol is kind of at the center of everything, and around and on that protocol, several participants are actually continuously building and developing, such as, for example, Pagoda, which I think Illia will touch on more. Aurora, you'll hear also about them this afternoon, same as Octopus. In terms of projects that are being built, leveraging basically this infrastructure, we think of the world in three main compartments. Of course, DeFi. No actually ecosystem can function without having flow of money, of functions in some shape or form. So DeFi is a whole set of projects that are happening on the NEAR ecosystem and has been growing quite significantly over the last few months. The creator economy, everything that actually touches, today is very NFT and gaming and things like that, but just things that are enabling creators to interact differently with digital assets. That's another set of projects that are happening. And then digital cooperatives, which is a fancy word coined by, I think, Illia, but it's basically DAOs. We love DAOs. I think DAOs are actually extremely interesting for reshaping how we work and how we engage with projects. So I'll touch base a bit more on that, but that's basically the world. And then on the right-hand side, you have how we think of actually, distributions of pockets of funds and tokens, and how players and participants can actually interact with what's happening in our ecosystem. We have regional hubs. We're continuously growing that because we believe that actually to be very global, you need to be very local. You need to actually speak the local language. This is a good example, right? If we don't come to Amsterdam, we don't interact with the local crowd of what's happening here, although most of you might not be from Amsterdam, but it's giving us that footprint, right? So being very local to be truly global. We have ecosystem funds who are focused on actually enabling and empowering the NEAR ecosystem to grow. Proximity Lab is focused on DeFi specifically to actually help that ecosystem grow. Human Guild is focused on gaming. And at the bottom of all that is the part that I lead, so it's the NEAR Foundation. In terms of numbers, I think here I'll just cast your eye on maybe the over 500 projects that have been and are continuously being built, and the 6 million wallet accounts, which are growing tremendously, in particular thanks to a partner that we've onboarded recently, Sweatcoin, and I'll come back on that. So the NEAR Foundation, why does the foundation exist? And in crypto land, foundations kind of are the same format, but have different shape and form. And so this is our vision and how we actually think of being a foundation at NEAR. And we see our role to help the ecosystem in 3 main things. Number one is actually we're here to help raise awareness of NEAR protocol, but also help actually attract more talent. Our entire space needs more talent, not just NEAR, but everybody and every builder in the space knows that we need to attract more people. So awareness for us means education, and that's why you'll hear from Shashi and Sherif. Awareness for us means also having business cases and partners that we can showcase really what's happening to help actually the rest of the world understand what blockchain and what NEAR could be doing. The second pillar is support. Support to us means actually, as a foundation, making sure that the infrastructure is in place. So blockchain is Lego land, right? So if the Lego and the Duplos are in place, it works and you can actually collaborate. But if the Lego are not in place, then it's difficult to build a castle. And so, for example, for that, thinking of custodian, thinking of exchanges, but thinking of the fundamental infrastructure that makes actually an ecosystem work is something that the foundation is focused on. Support also means, of course, grants. We do have a grant program, whether it's directly from the foundation or whether it's via ecosystem fund or via the different regions. And the last pillar that we actually look at and care about quite a lot at the foundation is actually governance and actually regulatory engagement. It's fair to say that we are in a world that moves a lot and moves very fast. The regulatory landscape is continuously shifting. It's not the same across the world. It's very difficult to navigate, but we think we can actually help bring clarity, but also have a voice for our ecosystem to help move forward on that front. So NEAR University, a fantastic program, continuously going on and being developed. You'll hear more from that from Shashi and Sherif, although I'm told they have no slides. So I have to say I'm a bit worried for them, but they'll do great. So it will be very engaging, no doubt. No pressure, guys. Awareness means also partnership, right? So there's a couple of partnerships I wanted to raise here with you guys. We've announced recently that we're partnering with SailGP. SailGP is a professional sailing competition with boats that are super impressive, go extremely fast. It's basically like reproducing Grand Prix Formula One type stuff, but on water. And this is the first, we've basically announced and we're working on a team being owned by a DAO. So this is a first in the sports history of actually having a DAO owning a professional team. It's quite unique because to do that, you need to have the right infrastructure of a sporting team to actually enable the possibility of doing that. If you want to do that with, for example, the NBA, I'm a huge basketball fan, not possible, every league, every player, everything, so it's just too complex. But anyway, this is great. We're really looking forward to that because we also think back to awareness, we can create a showcase of what that could be. Orange DAO is super interesting. NEAR is the preferred layer 1 partner of Orange DAO. Orange DAO is a DAO that's been created by Y Combinator alumni. Extremely powerful. When you think of creators and the amount of talent that we need, we think it's phenomenal to have actually ex-Y Combinator founders that are part of a DAO and actually want to engage also with NEAR as a protocol. Unchain is an initiative that was spearheaded by a few entrepreneurs from Ukraine, and Illia participated in that. I think it's absolutely phenomenal to see the power of crypto and the speed at which funds can be raised transparently and then allocated in places where it's very much needed. So that's been absolutely fantastic to see that. It's been built on AstroDAO, which is the platform for DAOs on NEAR. And last but not least, so sweat economy, we announced that last week. I think in the last 6 days, it's already over 700,000 wallets of active, engaged users that have been created on NEAR, thanks to that. It's pretty awesome. It's basically you walk, you get sweat points, and those sweat points at some point will become sweat tokens that are on NEAR, and therefore that's creating a whole new way to engage and to think through a Web2 company going onto Web3 and creating a new economy, so a new economy of movement. Funding, I touched base on that. Highly encourage you, if you want to engage in that, either to come and meet us and talk to us. But funding for us is several things. It's, of course, the funding we do have directly, whether us or via our partners, ecosystem fund, and so on and so forth. But it's also actually the reach and the breadth that we can give to our project and refer to backers that we know from in our network, so that if, for example, they get a small grant, then they can actually get a follow-on from backers in the ecosystem. And last but not least, so regions, as I've mentioned, being global today actually means being very local, and it's simple things such as actually translating locally education material, because speaking English is still very much a privilege in our time, and I think we should not underestimate the power of having local languages, local community who can really engage together, build projects, and learn together. So that's what we do for regions. I'm done. Illia, you ready? So that was me. Thank you. Next up is Illia for the next part of the presentation, and then I'll come back. We can do Q&A, and we'll be happy to take your questions there.
Hi, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to people who've made it to this early morning. It's not that early, but given how much partying was happening yesterday. Let's see if I'll have slides. All right, something is happening. One day synchronization of slides will be as smooth as blockchains are now. All right, awesome. So, thanks, Marieke, to give a high-level overview and what Foundation is doing. I'll take on, the more technical hat, and I'll talk about how things are working underneath and what are the pieces of the ecosystem that really are powering all those projects that you're working with. So, looking back to this, right? Three major pieces of major fractions of ecosystem, I would say, right? You have the go-to-market, help and fund and grow. You have the projects themselves, right? Some of whom are here who are actually building, end-user products and delivering something to the user. And then you have all these protocols underneath who are actually making sure that all of this stuff is possible. And so zooming into this infrastructure, right? There are few pieces that are already here, and then obviously we're looking for more. So NEAR protocol, right, in the middle, started as this hey, let's solve some of these problems that other blockchains have, or solve some of the problems we've experienced trying to build on other blockchains. And at the end, end up being hey, this is an open source project that lots of people are working with. They're using it in different ways, and as any open source project, it ends up being that people come up with new ideas, they want to customize it, they want to do something different with it that what originally authors thought is possible. And so because there's what you see here is a small explosion, but already starting to expand of different ways you can actually take the same code, the same approaches, and use them in different ways. And so before we go into specifics, I want to cover actually the protocol itself, right? So originally the goal of the NEAR was obviously to build simple, secure, and scalable system. And so we've done a lot of work on simple. If you try to build on NEAR, if you have used NEAR, you've seen just changing some of the basic things that other protocols take for granted and copy from each other one to another. to actually make them more user-friendly, right? Lots of keys, different permissions allow you to create like different experiences. You have link drops, you have multiple devices logging into your wallet with different keys, which is, by the way, more secure. And similarly, WebAssembly allows you to like take some piece of existing code and just run it, right? Like it still amazes me that Aurora, original Aurora was just taking existing EVM code and running it as a smart contract, right? Yeah, it took a bunch of work to make it kind of all like extremely compatible that Aurora is, but in general, you can take existing pieces of infrastructure, and there's really cool one coming kind of in coming months, and start running it. And as a developer, something like this is amazing. But kind of beyond that, right, if we're talking about billions of users, if we're talking about bringing this technology to kind of people, it needs to work as smoothly and kind of as scalably as normal Web 2, right? You never go to like Google and Google's like, well, either wait a little bit or pay me more money if you want results, right? Like this is not happening. Like underneath they have, at least when I worked there was like 50 different data centers around the world. They were building them like 10 every year kind of to scale up, to know ahead of time how much capacities they'll need. And kind of beyond that, kind of splitting and scaling the work underneath. And so similar approach, similar mindset is used to design NEAR. It's like, how do we hide the complexity of scalability from the user and at the same time allow to continuously scale, change, and innovate and not affect how the users and developers need to build their applications. And so this is kind of the whole idea of Nightshade and kind of all of this cool words that we've been naming stuff came out is we want to offer developers kind of consistent experience that will scale, but we will not implement all the cool stuff that we know we can and also the stuff that we don't know yet because a lot of it is still kind of in research. And meanwhile, half already, everything's running, right? So we launched originally in October 2020, where we had pretty much one shard running. A lot of the infrastructure was in place already to do sharding, but it was not enabled. And so over kind of next year, right, until November 2021, it was actually running with one shard. And then one day, it just changed. It just switched to 4 shards underneath with 0 difference to developers, 0 difference to users, right? You did not need to like start thinking, hey, do I have my coins on that shard? Do I need to, like application need to on that shard? I cannot call it anymore. Like it continuously kind of just, from one block to another added more capacity. And kind of this idea continues, right? So we call it phase 0, what happened in November. Next step will be phase 1, right? So this is where we're going to add actually a lot more validators to the network, so-called chunk-only block producers. I think if you were at some of the staking AMAs that kind of core team been doing, they've been already explaining how to do it, what are the validators you need to run. There's some kind of staking contract upgrade that needs to happen as well. So all of this is coming. It's exciting if you're into running hardware, into kind of supporting the network with that way, because it allows a lot more capacity with a lot less stake. And then kind of with the phase 2, what comes in is right now there are still some validators in the network that are maintaining kind of all 4 shards. And so with phase 2, that's kind of is removed. The requirement is removed. All the nodes can be now kind of generic, equal requirements, which the interesting thing about, well, I would say a lot of proof-of-stake systems have this, but NEAR specifically is designed for this, is that if the hardware of all the nodes, or like kind of the median node hardware is improving, right? So let's say everybody decides at some point to run it on supercomputer, well, the performance of NEAR will actually improve as well, naturally. So in general, the NEAR will run at whatever is the median kind of hardware that the network has. And so far, we've kind of, as the protocol developers, been benchmarking everything at super like low-end hardware to give us this capacity. But then inside protocols, there's actually automatic kind of expansion that happens, that if it sees that the block producers are and chunk producers are really producing blocks and kind of executing stuff really fast, and there's tons of capacity more for time, it actually can increase the capacity of the network. So all in all, like the whole network is designed to kind of increase capacity with hardware and with increase of shards. And so this is where phase 3 comes in, which is, again, if you think of Netflix, Google, etc., they don't tell you like, hey, sorry, we need to spin up one more rollup to actually serve you. Or, hey, there's a need for, like, you need to set up a servers in your own yard if you want to watch some movies. No, it just continuously expands and grows as more users come in. And so this is the kind of phase 3 of NEAR sharding design, where the number of shards, the kind of assignment of contracts to shards all changes dynamically. And again, this is done in a way when as a user, you don't need to know about it. You don't really care which shard is what on, because underneath it all the communication is happening kind of behind the scenes. And so as soon as kind of that goes live, we're actually kind of able to continuously expand the capacity as more users and more developers come in, including if there are contracts like CryptoKitties or now Aurora that are actually taking a whole shard, they will get bumped out in a whole shard and kind of have their own capacity there. So on NEAR, every single contract can actually get up to a whole shard, so a whole chain of like what other chains have capacity for one contract. So in a way, many kind of, if you're planning to launch your own chain, by the way, you can launch a contract and may get your own chain when you actually need it. So, and again, because of the hardware requirements, as they kind of as people and validators decide to increase hardware, the capacity of that shard itself will also grow. So all in all, kind of this whole idea, and to be clear, like probably, this is about a year of work, and folks have been really harding on phase 1 and phase 2. There's probably more stuff coming in. There's more research. We have, really cool research on how to do leaderless consensus. We have some really cool research on, new like storage mechanisms that are optimizing storage and making a lot of the existing transactions way cheaper. There's a lot of zero-knowledge stuff that's kind of being researched and may start coming in. So underneath, the idea is we can continuously change, right, as a whole community, continues to change how backend works. We can add all of these new ideas that are coming in, every year somebody's inventing new ways of how to do blockchains and not affect how the users and developers kind of perceive it. And that's really important because, again, in NEAR, we stand for innovation, right? We stand for kind of iterative, pragmatic design and implementation. We don't try to build, the best thing and then hope it will survive for like next 100 years. And so kind of generally, this is the idea in the future. Some of this will change, so expect changes, but overall, this so far been pretty stable and kind of gets us toward the goals we outlined. Now, kind of one of the things that infrastructure, in this infrastructure realm that's been important is who are you using, how you interacting with the blockchain, right? So beyond just the protocol, there's been a lot of need in getting data, getting analytics, and kind of getting data indexed in specific ways that you're able to build your more sophisticated applications. And so kind of originally the company that was actually building the protocol, right, and has most of the core engineers, has rebranded to Pagoda. And with this rebrand, the idea was to refocus around providing Web3 startup platform, right? So what does this mean? When you're starting to build a new company in Web2, there is 1,000 software as a services that provide you all kinds of pieces of infrastructure, right? This is everything from Heroku to spin up quickly your app to, Intercom to Google Analytics to Mixpanel, that kind of give you all of the pieces you need, campaigns with HubSpot, like Tray with automation, all of the stuff. It's so cool. You have Trello for the task tracker. You have, Carta for tracking your equity. Now, in Web3, almost none of this works because, well, we start a company, but actually, like, it's not a company, it's a DAO, and this DAO has, like, people from that place, some other companies are part of this DAO. Like, now you need to share, like, at some point, our Airtable had, like for 50 people in the company, we had 200 people, 200 seats in Airtable with like all kinds of like 5 other companies and like lots of individuals, right? That's an example of Airtable not working for Web3, right? Because like your projects and your kind of interactions are not bounded to one company. They're not bounded to one domain email. They are now spanning across. The things like Google Analytics and Mixpanel don't work in Brave, right? It gets cut out because people prefer privacy. The things like, the email campaigns don't work because you don't have emails, you have addresses now. And so you have all those things that are different in Web3. And so the idea for Pagoda is really bring kind of a cohesive stack of tools that you're able to build Web3 startups with, right? So this starts with data, right? So it starts with RPCs and indexing. And the interesting thing is RPCs are actually the data source you need to do analytics on the usage of your website, of your products, right? And so you can use this, and in a actually privacy preserving way, right? You can do like kind of front aggregation on the like few parameters like geo and languages and stuff like this, and only store the aggregate counts. And then you can build from there, right? Well, you can build triggers, right? You can say kind of if this and then based on analytics, based on what's happening on chain. You can start kind of doing push notifications to the users whom you may not even have, like emails and other communication protocols. You can start building DAOs and tokens, which are now kind of way to create communication between different people. And even beyond that, right, NFTs now are a better way to do marketing campaigns, and so you can start plugging it all in. Now, Pagoda is not building all of this, right? There's AstroDAO that's doing DAOs and tokens. There's Wombi that's going to be doing analytics. There's like open source projects for doing wallet selection and notification. But what Pagoda is offering is a single place where you can have all of this in one flow, right? So developer console, so if you go to developer.co and go to console, it's a place where as a developer, you can start kind of managing your project, managing your product and the startup, ideally over time with ability to add new members, manage your release flow, kind of add analytics and triggers to your products. So kind of how do we go beyond just, hey, this is a hackathon project, we just put it together, to really, this is a kind of a startup, a company, a project which is managed by multiple people. We need permissioning system. We need ways to kind of stage it on testnet. We need way to upgrade with delay and pauses in the contracts. We need to do analytics and understand if something is wrong happening, maybe auto pause the contracts. All of those things kind of starting to build up this. So check it out. And if you have feedback, Twitter is the place. So there will be more talks on Aurora and Octopus. I'll not go into it, but I'll just kind of cover them more conceptual, right? When we started, me personally did not believe in EVM and did not believe in the application-specific chains, right? A lot of design we made in NEAR protocol was kind of to avoid the pitfalls and issues of these approaches. But first of all, because what I think does not actually matter, what developers think does. And so what Aurora came out of this idea that although I don't believe EVM is the right approach, developers do. And developers should have the way to to build and use the way they want. That's what developer friendly really means. And so Aurora came out of this idea. It was a really kind of quick hack, as I mentioned, just like, hey, let's just take an EVM piece of code in Rust, compile it, and see what we can do. And the answer was, well, we can actually run some kind of EVM contracts, and then it took a bunch of time to put it all together. But really allowing us to kind of port existing experience as a virtual machine almost on top of the kind of NEAR platform showcases this idea that you can build any experience you want. You can actually take other chains and put them on top of NEAR with their runtime and kind of create the same experience, including on the wallet and kind of other sites. Aurora also ran a really interesting experiment with zero fees, which, we'll see how that evolves. But you can build experiences you want with NEAR, and kind of the malleability of the platform underneath is what gives this kind of opportunity. Similarly with Octopus, it was, I don't know, probably 3 months of me arguing with Louis that I don't believe in app chains. And he was like, no, I don't believe in sharding, I believe in app chains. And so we found somewhere a path in between where there is a bunch of use cases where you do need a separate app chain. You need a separate kind of customized experience on how things are processed, but you still want to be connected to the bigger application. And so that's what Octopus allows you to do, is really easily and quickly to plug in something really custom to kind of a bigger model and allow to kind of have all this communication out of the box. And do it like, super scalably, super cheaply, all the usual stuff. And so beyond that, Rainbow is kind of being our, like, how do we actually link up the ecosystems? Because on one side, we can say, hey, we build the best tech, they'll come. Usually doesn't happen. And so how do we actually create this linkage with existing ecosystems, with existing users that is secure, right? Again, simple, secure, scalable. How do we make it simple, secure, and in this case, scalable as well? And so to do that, kind of the only way that is truly secure is a trustless bridge, which does not rely on any intermediary. And so again, designing that, it was complicated. We started probably earlier than anyone in bridges, and we launched like somewhere after a lot of folks. But it allowed us to kind of build this like fully trustless bridge that does not have kind of points of attack that some other bridges have been hacked with. It does not have a way to kind of for someone to stop it. Like as a user, you can always actually, operate it even yourself, because all of those things is permissionless. And at the end, it allows to build kind of new experiences on top. It's like very customizable and very kind of, it's like a Lego, 3 Lego bricks that you can put in different ways. So I mentioned kind of some of those interoperability side, but then beyond interoperability, there's a whole Web 2 world, right? And which is way bigger than Web 3 right now. And this Web 2 world is all looking at this and says, they are nuts. These guys are putting all the data on public constantly and saying they are, privacy preserving. We're running a bank, we're running an enterprise company, we have GDPR, we have like privacy requirements for our users, we try to preserve PII, they are crazy. And they're true, right? Blockchains are not a privacy-preserving technology, they're a transparency engine. They're designed, consensus in general is the idea that everybody agrees on everything because everybody observed everything. And so to go beyond that, you need more technology, zero knowledge, or more ways to do kind of consensus without revealing data. And so this is where Calimero comes in. Calimero was this idea that, well, yes, there's a lot of use cases when data does not need to travel to the public blockchain. You can still prove to others some facts about this data. You can run applications, you can communicate with others. You don't need to tell exactly what's happening underneath. And so this is the idea of so-called private shard. Private shard is kind of running in parallel to NEAR, and each company can run its own private shard, meaning behind its firewall. And they are, on that private shard, can run all the same applications, including Aurora, and kind of have the whole scope there. And they can communicate with the public chain and with other private shards, with other kind of applications in other companies. And so there's different security parameters of this whole setup, right? It's not, everybody's validating everything now, but it actually offers you enough kind of tool set and instrumentation to prove things like, let's say university running it, that my GPA is above 3.9, right? Without revealing exactly what the marks I got for every single subject. It may allow me to prove that I never had for example, criminal offense or cancer if this data is recorded. And so some of these like proofs are kind of authority-based, right? This is based on this database, and so it's fine that Harvard running the private shard will kind of authorize these proofs. But at the same time, if some individual in Harvard decides to like manipulate with this data, they're not able to. And so similarly, like this is kind of quote unquote sounds like enterprise, but actually, if you're in a DAO, you probably have a lot of stuff that you want to discuss and vote on without revealing in public. If you're a hedge fund, you can run a dark pool using this technology as well, right? You can actually do trading on a dark pool on this without revealing, and all the other folks who are running their private shards can communicate with it, and you just settle on at the end. So these use cases are not just for what we call enterprise. It's actually like across the board, from DeFi to NFTs, like folks can issue NFTs on private shards and then allow them to travel to the public chain. So all in all, super exciting. Calimero is just starting. Some exciting team there. Some of our folks who actually build original infrastructure for NEAR are starting it. And so I'll finish with a little bit more kind of call for action and leave you some ideas about security. So again, simple, secure, scalable. I talked about scalable. I hope you already been exposed to the simplicity of NEAR. And so let's dive into secure. So when we originally kind of established that, we were like, well, we're designing with security in mind. It's blockchain. We have cryptography. It's audited. It's the most amazing technology ever, obviously. And so everything else on top is guaranteed by cryptography, right? You should be good. And then as we started to roll it out, we realized that, well, not everybody's like feeling comfortable storing the seed phrases. Like this whole thing was like, I don't know, phishing. Like right now, I did this like the other day and searched for NEAR Wallet. There's like 3 different Google ads for phishing websites, which I hope we will bring down soon. So there's like a ton of kind of constant activity that on one side is attacking users. On the other side, users themselves are not always able to kind of protect themselves, right? They're not always able to judge what is the right thing here. And so at the same time, who haven't seen, like, who reads Rhett here? All right, you should all read Rhett. So if you don't know what Rhett is, it's pretty much a stream of all the hacks that are happening in crypto. And it's pretty morbid in a way because like there's a lot of stuff getting hacked all the time. I mean, obviously, probably a lot of us heard about like $600 million and $200 million hack, but there's like, $10 million hack. Also, centralized exchanges actually don't tell when they're getting hacked because they're getting hacked all the time. So all in all, like there's a lot of stuff going on. And as a user, again, you don't actually have that much ability to kind of understand, right? Like, hey, these guys have audit. What does that actually mean? Is this audit like for this contract? Somebody did analysis. About 30% of audits are completely outdated. Another 30% are somewhat outdated, meaning like audit was done on a contract that's completely different, that's deployed. Hacking team been doing a lot of this. Check them out. And so kind of how do we go beyond kind of, I have the seed phrase and it's, this is not just the key to all the fortune, it's like the key, right? It's the only thing that's like between the, all of the NFTs and that I have and the attacker. And in Web 2, right, there is like, I wouldn't say it's completely solved, but there is a lot of methods that have been used, right? If somebody's like, if your password got leaked, if all of those things happen, there's ways to kind of, kick in recovery. There's an active threat prevention model that actually analyzes the activity and tries to throttle it. There's 2FA. There's, kind of like recoveries through other means and stuff like this. And so how do we bring a lot of these things into crypto with the Web3 mindset, with permissionless mindset, and allow people to kind of secure themselves, right? And so NEAR started with this idea of progressive security, right? This is where our account model was very handy because you can actually, set up an account with maybe key that's not very securely stored, and then you can change it. You can always add a new key, delete the old key, and new keys for example, from your hardware device, and you're good. But even beyond that, right, we added 2FA, so the ability for somebody else to confirm your transactions. They are not able to initiate them, so they're not able to kind of create, like send you money. They can only say that if you send me money, you're good, right? And so kind of going like more into this model, like calling it active custody, right? So it's not a full custody on the other side by the whatever the party, like, but they are actively monitoring the transactions you're making, the activity you're making, and they're co-signing or like authorizing this activity to happen, right? Because, for example, if the transaction comes in that moves all your assets out, probably something is wrong, right? Probably should throttle this. Probably it's fine if it takes like a day or two to resolve that, right? Versus, if you're just sending a bunch of money to a farm, should be fine, except if that farm is actually a known malicious contract that you should not be sending money to. And so this is where the registry of a contract audits, right, ability to have a hash of a code, hash of a executable, and hash of a audit all in one place, being able to kind of easily fetchable when you're doing the transaction, show you exact information on what you're transacting with. Is this contract has been audited? Has this contract been known to be malicious, right? Having a registry of bug bounties and kind of security notices. Like all of this will pretty much allow, like surfaced in the wallet directly when you're making transactions, will allow to actually stop, I mean, I'm not saying everything, obviously not, but stop a lot of the current kind of malicious activity that's happening and protect the user. And so, and having this model would allow to start detecting these vulnerabilities ahead of time, because now there is actual market to do this, and actually, kind of by surfacing this, you allow to stop things that are happening without even revealing sometimes exact vulnerability before it's fixed, right? So you have an ability to kind of create this more active model where we're securing the users and we kind of protecting the users instead of saying like, well, it's your problem. So this is kind of a ask for everyone that, if you're working on apps, on wallets, or, if you a user to voice it to your wallet to kind of start adopting this model, right? And so NEAR already has some of these pieces kind of in the ecosystem, but now we need to put it all together and really offers this kind of as a cohesive experience in all the wallets kind of throughout all the applications. So that's pretty much it. And we can do some Q&A. Are we doing stand-up comedy? No, I mean, questions? Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much for the presentations. NEAR's been super successful in fundraising to date. I think it's one of the best that I've seen. What's the plan generally for a lot of the capital that you've raised? Or what areas to focus? Is that going to drive or develop?
Yeah, thanks. So the three pillars I mentioned, right? So awareness, support, and governance, and external regulatory engagement. But on the awareness front, actually continuously powering our education program, making sure that we can actually engage and have partnership, whether it's at state level, whether it's actually with institutions, or whether it's actually with private companies, that there's a whole stream on that. Awareness also means the partnership that you saw, for example, with CellGP or Orange DAO, some of those are commercial agreements. And awareness, lastly, also means, for example, events like that. And more broadly and more generally, we're finding the balance between how much brand awareness do you do, how much go-to-market you do. But there is a bucket of things that's definitely happening there. It's not the largest by far. The second pillar is actually when I mentioned how do we actually support our projects. So within that, again, two substream. The infrastructure, I'm sure most of you know, but if you want to actually engage in an agreement for infrastructure partnership. Usually those are also commercial agreements that sometimes actually require tokens, but sometimes also require fiat, because at the end of the day, liquidity for eating sandwiches and paying employees remains the last part. And actually that liquidity part is also something we see translated in some of our grants. So when we give grants to projects, of course, it's aligning incentive to have tokens and to have things that are locked and that are on the very long term. But we're also very conscious that most often, actually, for in particular developers and young projects, it's unplugging them from where they are and therefore making sure that they can have that level of sustainability again. I mean, I'm caricaturing, but buying sandwiches and homes and all that, right? So it's very much along those plans. We're extremely cautious in how we deploy capital. I think what you can hear from us is also we are at the same time very conscious that we're in an industry that moves very, very fast, but we're thinking very, very long term, right? So in all our developments and everything, the key metric for us is weekly active engaged users, and that's what we are trying to drive when we deploy the capital, more broadly speaking. So, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think to add is kind of this idea of regional expansion, right? It requires a kind of going in and setting up a pretty big operation, right? Like in a way, we're kind of creating mini foundations in every region. And obviously, like it's about finding leaders, it's about finding kind of team that will be doing it, but also it's about establishing a fund there, establishing grant program, kind of helping out people to start building things and obviously kind of start awareness, etc. And so as we're thinking like what is truly global presence would mean, like that's actually a lot of this regional hubs. And so I think on the map there was like about 20-ish, and so this is kind of even the kind of medium-term plan to roll that out, and so that's also takes a lot of resources.
Thank you.
So I had a question regarding some of the complexities of the inter-chart communication. So essentially, I'm coming from like the Ethereum kind of paradigm. We're very used to atomicity and also very cognizant of MEV. And it kind of seems like if you have this like callback architecture, it seems very easy for people to kind of block transactions or block value transfer in a way that can be somewhat destructive, make it difficult for people to interact cross charts. I was kind of wondering, like, in order to combat that, are you more arguing for people to develop new paradigm for programming where that kind of attack is impossible, or are you kind of looking at like zero knowledge architecture to make sure that what people are trying to do across chart can't be revealed and intercepted? Kind of like your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so kind of from the beginning, we have argued for a different model of building applications. And so this is kind of, I think the simplistic version of this has been, you wrote single-threaded applications, and when the multi-core came, you kind of needed to build them differently, right? If you're building on a lower level. And so that's been kind of similar approach here. If you try to use the same model where you like send the call in as a contract and then wait for it to come to do something, that's not the right way to do it, right? You kind of need to build this like lock-free applications to do this right. And so I think like what we've seen in reality is that there are kind of two paradigms emerged. One paradigm is kind of what Aurora is using and Ref Finance is using, where you actually move all the assets into one contract, and then inside one contract you're free to do stuff, and you can expand that contract with more functionality, either dynamically like Aurora or statically through upgrades. And then the other paradigm is where you actually build the complexity of the kind of cross-contract calls, but then you're doing that very mindfully and understand exactly the outcomes of this. And so I think we'll see this continue expanding, and as part of the, I think probably Anton will mention on like kind of how we're beefing up performance of single shard, so you can actually do more with this first paradigm, kind of, I call it a single-threaded paradigm, while for people who are actually trying to get the most out of NEAR, they can go this multi-threaded paradigm and actually build like proper experience without locks.
Thank you.
How many people understood what I just said?
Yeah, hi. I'm not a developer, so excuse me if my question sounds dumb. But as far as I understand that most governments are cautious about crypto because having little control over it. So in terms of NEAR and private shards and semi-custodial approaches and semi-centralized approach, can NEAR be used to issue central bank cryptocurrency, CBDCs, and do you have plans working with governments in that area? Thank you.
Yes to all three. Yeah, so one of the use cases for Calimera is CBDC, central bank digital currency, and we actually had a pilot with a country that's currently at war, so that got paused. But there are a few other pilots that kind of in progress, in conversation. But yeah, it's definitely one of the use cases where you can use all the same tech, and at the same time, you're actually able to communicate with the public chain from it. So you are able to bring this digital currency to public chain, start using DeFi, while they maintain all of the kind of accountability and like analytics and all the kind of things they need to actually, be regulated as they require.
Nikolai? My question is kind of related to the governments, and it involves the mass adoption. So a lot of, there are Web2 companies that want to start looking for Web3 solutions and for blockchains. Do you have a department, or what kind of steps do you do to find those companies that want to start the journey with NEAR? And are you even interested in onboarding big Web2 institutions into NEAR right now?
I think it's an amazing question, actually. It's a very live debate at the foundation. So right now, most of the Web2 companies that approach it, it's been actually organic, and it's been coming to us. And I think what I found very interesting in that is that, for example, to mention CellGP, they literally chased us, right? And they were like, we want to work with you because we've tested the technology, because actually from a purpose perspective and from a philosophy perspective, you guys are very aligned, and so on and so forth. So far, we've been in a position where we are very much chased. So before being at NEAR, I worked in a bank, and I was leading a neobank. And so I think it's fair to say I've been a bit burned of working in very large organizations and trying to innovate in very large organizations. What that means is there is power in doing that, because there is millions of users currently that are on very large Web2 platform. But if you look at the NEAR Foundation and the NEAR ecosystem, we're talking very small teams here, right? And we are talking about actually very small teams who are very agile, who work extremely fast. And every time we have to interact with large organizations, it's about finding who are the right stakeholders, how to engage. It's several conversations, right? So the point being, we definitely see an appeal for it. I think there is a role for evangelists, and it's also linked to education, actually, right? So one thing we're looking at and thinking about, I didn't talk to Illia about that yet, so thanks for asking, but one thing I'm thinking about is actually having roles of evangelists who are actually going and actively educating, pitching. This is board-level conversation. One thing I'm hearing a lot right now is, CEOs of Web2 companies saying, hey, my board wants me to look at that and have a Web3 strategy, which is fantastic, and I'm happy to have an intro chat, right? But the intro chat starts from, here is the Bitcoin history, and then Ethereum, and so it will take time, right? So point being, there is a place, it will take time. For us, as foundation and as ecosystem, we need to choose actually which bets we take, and that's why the bets we've outlined here are the bets for now, and I think we're continuously looking at doing that, right? But there is the tide is moving. I think also if you see, even 6 months ago, I came back to crypto, and I think people were thinking, oh, why are you going back? And now the amount of people I see coming in, even the talent shift is starting to happen. So a lot of that movement is in motion. But yeah, we'll talk evangelism now.
Thanks. Hi. I was just wondering to maybe build upon that last question and ask what your thoughts are when it comes to Web3 interoperability, especially when it comes to utility And if I was wondering if you could perhaps build upon your thoughts in regards to that, especially when it comes to, for example, the Rainbow Bridge and other perhaps layer ones you'd be looking to expand on.
So the question is kind of just to expand more interoperability. So high level, I think there are a lot of uncertainty about the kind of what this multi-chain future will look like, right? But it's kind of, if we learn anything from history, there will be not one, probably at least I think 3 to 5, like up to 10 chains that have taken on some types of kind of market and are able to operate, right? And so within that, you kind of need to connect these chains. You need to offer users a simple way to interact with them, and you need to offer a kind of a smooth way for applications to communicate. And so kind of to do that, you have to have some message communication buses, and you have to have some kind of end user kind of in-application experiences that are allowing to do this. Now, the thing I just mentioned is that yesterday at the bridge panel, we need to realize that right now, most used bridges are actually centralized exchanges, right? If you want to bridge some assets, you're actually most likely bridging it through by sending it to centralized exchange and then moving it back into another chain. And so that's not really, I believe, the right way to do it. And so kind of going beyond that, like Rainbow Bridge is one way to do it. There's things like Connect. There's things which is kind of atomic swaps. There are a few newer ways that are kind of, instead of bridging liquidity, are kind of shuffling it to allow to not kind of lock-on-lock mechanism, which allows to kind of avoid some of the potential kind of hack issues that we've seen. And so, like, I think the technology will continue innovating. There will be some zero-knowledge stuff that we'll leverage as well. But at the end, like for the user, like none of that really matters. What matters is that you can go to an app and you can connect with your other chain's wallet and deposit some funds, and it will work, right? And or like put your NFT that you have on Ethereum to play in the game on NEAR. And so this is really where we're aiming, kind of as I would say, as a space in general to get to that. Again, still a bunch of research, a bunch of development. It's not that easy. All the chains are very different, and so we'll kind of iterate on how to build some of this, but kind of the experience at the end will be, you have your like wallets that are able to connect to multiple chains, or you have multiple wallets you connected, and then you'll just interact with apps. And then, it's kind of more smoothly communicate between them. And then some chains will be broken. Sorry.
Hi. In terms of DeFi and NEAR versus other blockchains, is there anything in the ecosystem or technology stack right now, or in the plan to be built, that will help DeFi startups to be more competitive versus other blockchains?
So the question is, are there things that have been built in the ecosystem that will make DeFi more competitive than in other chains?
In terms of the technology of NEAR itself, or the ecosystem of NEAR as a blockchain?
Got it, yeah. So kind of the benefit of NEAR, right? The simplicity, as well as simplicity for people to build really interesting experiences, is probably the piece to look at, right? So again, I'll kind of highlight Aurora because Aurora ran without fees for a period of time. And like no other apps in DeFi have offered that, right? And so if you want to build a DeFi app on NEAR, you can actually offer that right now, right? There's ways to do it. Like you can actually build economics, and with a proper infrastructure, you can actually offer this to your users to offer 0 fees. Like that's a pretty unique capability. Rainbow Bridge is actually very unique in a way that it's able to push data into other contracts. And this is actually true about NEAR specific implementation. Because we have callbacks, you're able, instead of like, this whole approve swap thing that you use on Ethereum, you can actually push funds and push communication into apps. And so you can actually implement this multi-chain interface where you deposit funds from other chains and they directly appear in your application. Like you don't need to do like move, then go to app, then approve, then put. Like instead of having this multi-step process, you can just have like one integrated in your app. And so combining all this and performance and cheap fees, you can actually build some of the really cool applications, which are, some of them are being built. I'm not going to reveal them, but which offer kind of all of this combined, right? Like zero fees, directly deposit from other chains, and like some of the other cool stuff, and kind of at a high performance, and offer that kind of as a replacement for some more traditional finance tools as well.
Hi. So as an active DeFi user, I'm just curious because I heard NEAR is going to soon have its stablecoin, like USN. So I wonder how is that going to impact the ecosystem, and how is the mechanism compared to Luna and USD?
So I've seen it on Twitter yesterday, and so I think we'll all follow on Twitter. How's that going? I would just say that, like, high level, like when we were designing economics for NEAR, it was pretty clear that there needs to be a stablecoin as a unit of exchange and unit of account, because that actually kind of, again, if we're talking about simplicity, that's way simpler if your fees are in stable unit of account, not in constantly changing. Similarly, like your storage fees, all of the economics kind of based on more stability is way simpler, and so kind of following that pattern, that's important. Now, there are projects in ecosystem building and experimenting with this, and I'm excited to see how they evolve. So I'm with you to see how that's gonna go.
Hey everyone, thank you for the great presentation. I think you've done incredible work with the NEAR ecosystem, just overall growth. I remember last time I was at NEARCon, and right now it's been like incredible progress. And I wonder, so right now there's a whole like regenerative finance, like revolution happening behind the scenes. People becoming, they transferring more from DGens to regions. And I wonder, what are your thoughts and the overview? Because I know there's a lot of projects and on NEAR that building because of sustainability aspect, right? That's important for you. I'd love to learn more like your thoughts on that side.
You mean on sustainability in general? So high level, right? I mean, we're living in like one planet, so we kind of need to take care of it. And so if we start to think long term, there needs to be ways to address it. I think like, being carbon neutral is the first step, but kind of offering a more cohesive strategy there. I'm actually would be interested in working with someone if somebody wants to build a more cohesive strategy, like how to use token economics. Like one idea actually came from a friend of mine. It's like, well, what if we use some currency, let's say a stablecoin, that automatically actually deducts when you transact with other entities their carbon offset, right? So pretty much, which means they're motivated to receive more money on their side to be carbon neutral, and at the same time, it does offsets, right? So like when you're booking a ticket, it automatically will, you don't need to check mark it. You pay the amount, and then it will offset that when they receive. So things like that, like we can actually build a lot of this tooling directly into the kind of our transaction processing, our our wallets, our like paying with cards, all of this infrastructure. And then beyond that, right, we're talking about natural resources and other stuff, forests, like there's open forest protocol. Like what are all these pieces and how they all fit together? Again, super important. I think we need a lot more investment there.
So I think two additional thoughts on that. One is when you look at people who want to get into the space, I think the narrative is shifting, but it's still very much, it's still very much about price and about the damage that actually technologies like, for example, proof of work are doing to the environment, right? And that we feel it because when we want to attract new talent to the ecosystem, it is still the narrative, right? And whether actually it's attracting developers or people who want to work on the project, that's still that. So I think as an industry, actually, and especially for projects who think the way we think, I think it's also our role to change that narrative and to show that there is a different way to do the technology, and there is actually a different approach for that that's possible. I think that's going to unlock actually attracting talent, right? And so that's definitely a very important piece. It's difficult because you need first to go again to like, what is proof of work, and then what's the difference with proof of stake, and how can you do it, and so on and so forth. But we take a very big part in that narrative. So that's the piece number one. Number two is what Illia mentioned, right? So the attribute we have actually are great because they attract actually projects who are specifically looking for which chain to build on that actually fits that alignment and that purpose. And so I think that's really good. One thing that we are looking for, and again, very open to ideas here, but one thing we're looking for, if you remember on the map, we showed like different ecosystem funds and funds that are focused on certain things. One thing we're very actively looking at is, okay, what if we do something that's actually focused on sustainability, and maybe just not sustainability, but ESG, right? We take a lot of pride in when we allocate grants and funding, looking also at, the diversity of the team, the diversity of background, the diversity of local footprint, because more broadly, it's about thinking long-term. I think it's important that the way we build this is, sustainable, and it's inclusive from the start, so that it's embedded in the technology over time, right? But the narrative, I find, still most journalists, right? So it's still like the first impression is not good. So lots of work, even regulators.
Hi, I'm Martin. I'm a developer by background, and I have a bit of a gewetensvraag. I don't know how to say this in English, but so yesterday I saw this thing from Guido van Rossum. I'm pretty sure you saw it as well. It's an old colleague of yours from Google, about Web3, just to give some context for who people don't know about it. Like Web3 should die in a flaming ball of fire, whatever he said. I'm a bit of a crypto believer, so for me, I put this kind of stuff on the side. But I kind of wonder how you navigate the crypto space when some of the, tech giants, or just there's so much skepticism against crypto. I don't want to say like we're in this church of crypto here, because it doesn't feel that way at all. But how do you feel about it?
So when we went into crypto, so I'm from Google, and obviously I meet with my ex-Google colleagues. And when I told them like, hey, we're doing crypto, one person asked me, are you insane? The other person was like, isn't it all scam? Both of them have invested in crypto now. One of them was the person who was talking about the sustainability coin, like actually embedding sustainability into the coin itself. So I would say it takes time. People who are not actually exposed to it directly. To be clear, in 2017, I thought it's all scam as well. So I was on that side of a boat as well. And proof of work is, destroying the planet, plus completely the opposite of how the kind of humanity works, like where you're using less energy to do more, not like to do the same, more energy, which is what Bitcoin is. But again, like until you actually try to understand what the problems are solved, right, and what is the actual impact on people, on society, on sustainability, on all those things with the projects that are exactly there. And this is why we actually back in kind of end of 2019 started Open Web Collective, because we were like, hey, literally, I don't have a good example to tell people about what's a successful Web3 startup been back then. Like back at that point, everything was kind of like not really working, and and saying like, well, Ethereum is a successful startup was not really like example that people would take, right? And so we started Open Web Collective because like, well, let's actually like accelerate projects, even if we didn't have NEAR launched yet. So it's like, well, we're gonna launch it on whatever networks, but let's actually get some successful examples, which we can show to our friends to invite more people to join the space. And so I think at this point we do have examples. We do have things that are really exciting. I think like Sweatcoin type of thing, for example, where you have a transition of like Web 2 existing thing into Web 3. like again, I mean, I'm from Ukraine, like a ton of people before war were like actually getting into it because they saw like as opportunity and as ability to kind of capitalize on the, like a lot of developers they have to really start pushing things that are truly global, right? Because building like actually Web2 products out of Ukraine was really hard. The local market is not there. But Web3 is actually global first, and it doesn't really matter who you build, who you are. And so like things like that, right? Like one after another, people kind of come into this. And so for me, like, I mean, this is the same, like a bunch of currently like people who are, you know, on YouTube going to Bankless, etc. Like if you look at 2 years ago, they were talking about, you know, between Bitcoin and banana, they'll choose banana, right? Like all of this have happened. Like there's people, pretty much every single person who right now is in crypto is probably at some point said crypto is a scam. So I would give Guido maybe like 1 or 2 years, and we'll see him, you know, hacking on Web3.
And maybe to add on that, so I had some of the similar reactions. I remember I was end of 2015 when I got a call to work for Circle, and at the time I thought Bitcoin was for criminals. So I had the same reaction. I think when I left Expedia, people thought I was completely mad and out of you know, out of my mind. But I think it's evangelism, it's education, and it's what Illia mentioned. It's real use cases, right? So I think that's why those use cases are extremely important to show. And again, sometimes one of my worries is that we are in our little bubble and we are all convinced. And the minute you step out of that bubble, the amount of, you know, opacity that it feels like how many times do you hear people telling you, I don't really understand? And there's always like, you know, how do I get in, right? And I think as an industry, we must simplify. We must make things actually understandable. And simplifying is very difficult, right? But I think actually not simplifying is hiding behind something, saying like, you know, using old jargon and kind of like do your own homework. I don't buy that stuff, right? I think if we actually want really people to embrace, it needs to be real use cases. At the end of the day, users will not care what technology it is on. It needs to do something for them that's actually rewarding and solving a problem. And number two, we really need to break down those barriers and make it simple, understandable, so that it's accessible and so that people can feel they can actually participate. But it's one drop at a time, yeah.
Hello. Okay. So then, aside from simplifying the use case for the end user, could you maybe expand upon, you know, we have, as Illia said, the future will most likely be a couple of chains, like 4 to 5. And but we currently have layer ones that are sustainable. We have other layer ones that are scalable. We have layer ones that are cheap. Could I just ask, to bring the focus to NEAR, like what would you say, aside from the simplification, really sets NEAR apart from other competitors?
Well, I can start. I'm sure Illia has lots of ideas on that. But actually, I think at this stage, a lot is also going to be into strategy and execution, right? And what do we do as an ecosystem, right? And how do we drive things, and what do we believe in, and what do we focus on? And we should make no mistake, it's a race, right? It's a race. Yes, it's a very agreeable race with like bridges and interoperability and so on and so forth. And there is space for everybody to grow because the pie is very big. But nevertheless, it's a race. And the reality is like the bets we make, short-term thinking, long-term, and that whole strategic element, I think are very important. So that's the part I would add. I'm sure you have a ton of ideas.
Well, so I think it starts with the goal, right? Like I honestly don't know what is the goal for Ethereum, even though I talk with the folks there a lot. For us, you know, we have kind of outlined, you know, if we're talking about kind of the mission, that is to give people control over data, over their assets, over the power of governance. If we're talking about how we're measuring it, this is about, you know, billion active, engaged users that are interacting with these applications and platforms. If we're talking about how we're doing this, well, we're doing it with a simple and secure and scalable and sustainable way, right? And so we have a very clear kind of message, strategy, metrics. Everybody can hook in. We have regional hubs. We have, you know, eco funds. We have guilds like Human Guild and kind of proximity, product labs there's space for everyone who wants to start something to come in and prove their worth and kind of develop in this. And at the end, it's kind of, for me at least, about like achieving those goals and changing the world in that way. Especially like, again, I mean, past months has been an interesting kind of exposure to what can happen if we don't achieve that, because people don't have power of governance and are not able to affect things. And like, how do we actually kind of go against that, and how do we use these tools? Because they are useful, we already proven that, which goes back into like kind of some of the people who are skeptics. Like, I just want to mention, I mean, Rev here kind of started, and like with Unchained Fund, like, it's been a huge help, but also crypto in general has been a huge help to Ukraine. It was able to start delivering help like same day, you know, both kind of across to order things, to deliver stuff. Like, yeah, I mean, not everything is using crypto. Like, it's a tool. It's not, you know, panacea, but it is showcasing that this is useful instruments that we can use. Kind of as we build more tooling, we can use more to make decisions and kind of build better logistics systems, which I really hope we can do soon. But like in general, right, you have this like kind of global vision that I would say Web3 kind of have like roughly outlined, but we have a very clear like what are we trying to achieve, how we're trying to achieve it, the structure we have, you know, a place for everyone who wants to start something to come in and do it. And so that's really like, for me, that's an important part. And then, you know, we build bridges, we work with others, we have whiteboard series to kind of collaborate on research. We actually talk with a lot of researchers and kind of folks who, you know, have found vulnerabilities in other protocols and have helped them fix them. So kind of from this perspective, like, we always try to kind of lift this space and at the same time, you know, really deliver on the value that we're setting out.
Hello? Yeah, thanks. First of all, thanks for organizing things. Very appreciated. And I guess I'm one of the last questions. So it's more or less of an open-ended question, and I'll accept a very short answer. But when I start explaining to non-crypto people about Web3, I usually use the trifecta of DAO, NFTs, and DeFi, and kind of the corner foundations of what is about to come. And since industries love buzzwords, is there anything you think deserves a buzzword or is upcoming? Like, for example, I do like what Calimero is building, like the private shard component. I think that might evolve into a new buzzword. But essentially, what do you think is the kind of the next big thing? No pressure. Thanks.
Not financial advice? Right. What is the next? I mean, honestly, we should have less buzzwords. This is why I was like, instead of DAOs, I prefer to use digital cooperative, because it actually is, like, cooperative is something that actually been existing for hundreds of years. And, you know, we're just making it digital. It's actually very much similar structure. In bylaws, you can write whatever kind of a system you want. Some DAOs have used cooperatives as actually a legal wrapper for them. And so overall, kind of going back to education, less buzzwords, less kind of jargon, which I'm, by the way, very guilty of. Simplifying how we describe this is definitely an important piece. I think if the question of like, what's the next big thing? I mean, for sure, I think actually integrating more with Web2 applications is that. And one of actually our partners have wrote like a 40-page, their journey from not knowing nothing about Web3 to building a Web3, like to transferring their Web2 application to Web3. It's 40 pages, everything from like blocks, accounts, transactions, like tokens, NFTs, like just covering every single thing that they've had questions about. They documented that thing. And the fact that it takes 40 pages for them to understand that is kind of a problem. And so this is really what we need to work on. I mean, it's good they wrote this article and it's gonna come out soon, but like overall, this type of, like, how do we simplify this onboarding such that they don't need to understand all of this basic stuff to build an application. And as soon as we have that, as soon as we unlock it, I think a lot of this kind of existing apps that can have already market economy but are not unlocked yet will come.
Yeah, I'll make it similar lines, but like less buzzwords, more simplifications. But one trend maybe that I'm hopeful for and that I see a lot of traction in and looking for real use cases is back to sustainability. And actually, when we think of supply chains and when we think of actually traceability and actually quantifying what the impact of things are, I think there's a big role to play. And so I'm actually really hopeful and looking for more projects within that area, which I think we're starting to see phenomenal entrepreneurs thinking about that and building real use cases. So yeah, I'll leave you on the trying to save the planet with, with good intention, but also with like technology that is actually not harming what we're doing. So thank you so much for your questions. I think it's coffee time. Don't go too far away. Then there is Shashi and Sherif with no slides for an education session. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. Heading for the second part of today. I'm giving the floor to Shashi and Sherif for NEAR and its education plans. Enjoy.
Hey, can you hear me? Nice. Welcome. Welcome to folks watching the stream. Welcome to folks sitting here. Hopefully lunch was good. We've got about 10 minutes before you start to pass out on us, so let's see if we can keep it interesting for you. We are the guys without the slides, as you've heard earlier. Although we did put this up here in case you're not sure what we do. We spend time on education at NEAR University, and huge fans of NEAR, obviously. And so we wanted to get a sense, first of all, who is in the room today. So for those of you participating at home, please feel free to answer these questions. We're just not going to hear your answers. But for everybody here in the room, if you could join us in raising your hand high and give us a chance to count, because we can't really see with these lights. We want to get a sense of the breakup in the audience, how many entrepreneurs we have versus developers. And of course, if you don't fit yourself into one of those two, then feel free to just not raise your hand. You won't be counted. And what we're going to be doing is actually spending the time over the next hour speaking to you based on who's in the audience. So I think we can start with that basic question. Please raise your hand high and hold it for, I don't know, 10, 20 seconds while we count. If you identify yourself as an entrepreneur.
Like this, not like some horns coming out of our heads, like a proper hand.
Okay, great. About 25 people raising their hands as entrepreneurs. Thank you so much. How about developers? Raise your hand if you identify as a developer. About 20. It's almost an even split. Yeah. Let's just split the time 50-50.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, nice. So there you go. Who should we start with?
I think developers.
Developers first.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Some developers are most anxious folks that I've met. Developers are most anxious folks that I've met, so let's start with them so that their anxiety is taken care of.
Okay, so for all of you anxious developers out there, I think the conversation that I would like to have with you for the next, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, something like that. And I do hope that you engage with us in asking questions, answering questions, and so on, is what does it mean actually to learn software development? What does that mean? What does that journey mean for you? And what are some of the challenges that you have along the way? That's what I'd like us to talk about for a little bit here, if you don't mind. So let me just get a sense of the developers in the room. How many people here have more than 10 years software development experience? Can you raise your hand? More than 10 years? 6 or 7 people. How about people with less than 2 years software development experience? 1 or 2. Okay, so most of the folks here have been building software for quite a while. Does anybody want to give junior developers, maybe watching at home, a couple of folks here in the room, give them a tweet of advice? How do you become a great developer? What do you do as a developer, as a senior developer? What do you think about? How do you think about what you're doing? Any ideas? Anybody want to give us a tweet-sized piece of advice for senior developers? To junior developers? Yeah, one over here, thank you.
Yeah, so I actually started development not in college, but after college. So I kind of learned how to program on my own. Like who I am or my name? Or, oh yeah, my name's Arun. Yeah, so I kind of started programming after college. I had to learn myself. And I would say the best thing to learn is to find something you're really interested in building and then build that. So my first project was actually a browser-based physics simulation of gravitational interactions with hard-body collisions. And that was something that was pretty fun to build. So I'd say something like that. That wasn't tweet-sized, but yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. So it sounds like really to become a senior developer or to succeed in your journey at learning how to build software, follow your passion, you're saying. Follow something that you're excited about and pursue that.
It's like doing something not for passion, like you can only get so far with it, but you could kind of burn out. If you actually really like doing it, you'll come back to it naturally.
Yeah, so let's tug on that thread a little bit. Let me see what you all think about this. One of the challenges that we have when we're learning is that most of our experience learning has actually come from a kind of industrial framing of education, where you have to sit down and move through, let's say, a course from beginning to end, to learn something. Or open a book on chapter 1 and read until the last chapter, almost punishing yourself with that lesson, with that content. It's kind of a chore, homework, as opposed to home play. And what's interesting to me about what you said, this first piece of advice that we have from senior developers in the room, pick something that you're excited about. What if we could remind junior developers, maybe even ourselves as senior developers, let's say, to start with the thing that's most interesting? So to take a specific example, have you ever read a book, a technical book, let's say, by starting with the most interesting chapter first? Can I get a show of hands of people that do that? Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, about 10 or 15 people do that. And what do you do with the kind of the FOMO, the sense that you're not following in the right order? How do you handle that? Don't you get a little bit anxious? Maybe you missed some piece of information in chapter 1 if you're skipping to chapter 2 or 3. Don't you get a sense of anxiety that you're missing out on that? And I wonder, some people are shaking their heads no. I wonder if maybe we could agree that one of the key differences between, say, senior developers or developers that stick with their software development journey for many years versus a junior developer or someone who might abandon their journey is in that decision, maybe accidental or maybe deliberate, where the people who decide to follow their intuition, their energy, their excitement by reading the most interesting chapter first in every book that they touch, by building the most interesting application in every project that they pick up, by solving the problems that hook them into this work, maybe those are the ones that become senior developers. Is that too much of a jump, do you think?
Kind of caution in the sense that it's also important to finish what you started. It's very easy to just like start something and then move halfway, get bored with it, and then continue. I feel like in order to really understand what it means to develop software, you gotta actually finish what you started, make a polished product, or else you'll never really understand the fact that like 10% of what you're building is like the exciting, fun, interesting part, and then the 90% is just total grind. So you gotta understand that and understand what that means. Yeah.
Yeah, so following up on your first point of find something that's interesting for you, is this danger of this kind of, I'll get fancy here, this kind of dopaminergic treadmill that you get on, where it's going from one exciting thing to the other without actually, dealing with the hard work. So there's a balance. I would argue, and you're welcome to add to the conversation, thank you for raising your hand, I would argue that that balance is maybe up to the individual to decide if you are feeling, let's say, high energy and excited about the topic. I recommend to our students to lean into the hard work with all of that energy that you have. And if you're feeling a little bit unmotivated, a little bit low energy, then follow that most interesting chapter approach to build up your energy so you can spend it on the hard work. But the balance is critical. Thanks for bringing that up. Did you want to add something?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Kees. I did 2 studies, computer science and also primary school teaching. So I'm very curious what you're going to say about teaching in university. But on this point of how do you become a good developer, I've also led development teams. And some of the most brilliant programmers sometimes have the problem that they are always interested in something new. And so I think an important advice is also choose, make a choice. because you can get stuck in endlessly figuring out whether is Go better or Rust or Python and for what tasks, etc. And a lot of the programming paradigms are good and have their own way of doing things. And it's impossible to conquer them all. If you really want to be a proficient programmer where you can really make something, then you have to make some choices.
100%. So what I've heard you say in this other tweet piece of advice is you can't just seek the new, you have to choose. And in choosing, you have to focus. Do you feel like that's a little bit similar to the follow-up that we had about doing the hard work? Yeah, and so how do you handle this as a senior developer where you want to make sure that what you are doing and what you know is current, is up to date, to keep you professionally competitive and attractive, let's say, but at the same time, focusing on one thing and diving deep into it? How do you balance that? Any suggestions? There has to be a balance, ultimately. I don't know if anybody would give the advice to focus on, say, being a COBOL programmer today. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not a really deep programmer, but I like the term of perfection is the killer of good enough. So to find that balance of, yeah, this is the deepest that I'll go through. And I saw this in music industry where amateur producers never finish a song, and I've seen this in where programmers never finish that passion project, but it's find that balance of this is good enough and push it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have to say, it's quite difficult to know what done means, actually. And I wonder how we can decide what that looks like. I mean, one of the biggest differences that I've noticed between junior developers and senior developers, actually, is that the senior developers know what to ignore. So a junior developer, they might spend hours working on something that seems relevant, it seems important. A classic example is regular expressions, which is a kind of non-trivial way of manipulating text, let's say, so that you can pull features of text out. But it's one of those things that's like a little bit difficult to understand and occurs very rarely. So when you need it, but it's very rare that you need it. So junior developers can get kind of hooked by this thing and spend a long time trying to figure out how this works, but the payoff is quite low for them. I think just to kind of add a little bit of context to this conversation, one of the challenges that we have with Web3 is this jargon, this sense of kind of breaking in. What does this mean? How do I make sense of this new space and so on? Exactly the same problem is experienced by junior developers trying to become senior developers and by non-technical folks who are interested in learning about software development. It all feels impossibly far away. And so having some concrete strategies for how to navigate that journey is, I think, a very, very important conversation for us to have. Any other tweet-sized pieces of advice that we have? Any other advice? Two here, first and second, I guess.
Hey, I'm Anton, yes, and I just wanted to say that you cannot actually become senior once and stay senior. It's an endless process, right? It's an endless process of learning. So you can be senior with Web 2, right? You can be senior with Python, but then going to Web 3 with all this knowledge, you become junior again. So you just should get used to endless learning and picking the right information and the right market, because market is huge and it's developing much more faster than you can, because there are much more people in the market and you're only one who should learn it, right? So pick the right product and start learning it and develop together with the product.
Okay, so just to repeat what you said in maybe a tweet size, I'm going to reinterpret what you said, which is to prepare yourself, even as a senior developer, making this transition from Web 2 to Web 3, that you'll feel again like a junior developer. How many people in the room enjoy that feeling of being confused? Isn't that interesting? What I found is just to kind of play with this idea a little bit, our relationship with confusion says a lot about how we learn. This is something I've personally been thinking about for a while, which is that if you can imagine the process of learning itself, you know what you know, and then you move into this space of unknown. You perceive this feeling of confusion, of disorientation, disequilibrium, whatever you want to call it, and then somehow, suddenly, in the next moment, you know. So confusion, for many people, is something that we push away from ourselves. We avoid it. Many people, maybe most people, avoid this feeling. But for any junior developers in the room and those watching at home, what if we consider confusion as actually the signal that we're heading in the right direction? And of course, now we have to talk about productive or unproductive confusion. I don't mean thrashing, without any direction or structure. I mean productive confusion in the sense where you feel like you are disoriented, but you can perceive kind of a sense of progress, right? It's not sort of nonsensical. That I found to be very, very useful for junior developers who are trying to figure out what to spend their time working on, actually focusing on the sense of confusion, embracing that confusion, and pursuing the parts of what they're studying that are disorienting, right? So deliberate practice, some people call it. You pick the thing you're not good at, and you sort of work that thing, right? You may have heard that term. So thank you for that. You wanted to add something, I think.
Yeah, my name is Fred. I think it's a good segue also. The tweet-sized saying could be embracing failure, so it's part of the confusion. I believe that this is not just software, right? This is for all learning. For you to succeed, failing is part of succeeding. So that's your tweet-sized.
Yeah, maybe failing is almost like a necessary ingredient in success.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
so
I mean, otherwise it's like a little bit of luck or something, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but also education should allow, or the educating party should allow or embrace the failing party too. So the failure should be in the education itself. When you're developing an education program, you should deliberately say, well, you're going to fail here and it's okay. That way you will be easier or less anxious to learn something.
Yeah, so in fact, I agree 100% with that statement, if I can phrase it this way, that the best way to design education experiences for ambitious, motivated learners is to actually guarantee their failure. So it's totally counterintuitive to most of our experience, where a good lesson feels productive. You kind of begin the lesson and maybe learn a new fact, and then you are tested on that fact and rewarded with sparkles and stars and things like that. That kind of habituation into the success of learning, I think, causes problems for many junior developers trying to break into the sort of deeper well of senior development. And if instead we talk about failure by design, you might notice some parallels with sort of the role of the software developer. So something that's very surprising for junior developers is to consider that most of us move through the world interacting with systems that succeed. You get into your car, you put in the key, you turn it, it turns on, you drive away. And if it fails, you have to defer to some expert, a mechanic, let's say, right? Same thing for maybe your TV, your microwave, your refrigerator, whatever it is. So most of our experience is success-based. We expect the systems around us to work. We engage those systems, and if they fail, we replace them or defer to an expert. But as a developer, this is the piece that's a little bit surprising for junior devs, most of your experience is failure. You start in abject failure. You have an idea and no software. And then, incrementally, you begin to move towards success. So that's quite surprising, I think, for junior devs as well. Any other advice? We have just a couple of more minutes here in this section. Any other advice for junior devs?
Hey, Anna here. Can you see me? Oh, yeah?
Thank you. Yeah.
I have several, actually. So first, I would say the more thing that I enjoy in life is understanding. Like this moment before you don't know, and the next moment when you got it. And especially with software development, it's never successful understanding process. It's always like you go smoothly, then suddenly you have a wall, and doesn't matter how many years experience you have. So you have a wall, and then you might spend, I don't know, seconds, hours, days, months, before you see the door, or you understand that you can just go through the wall if you go in a right way. And maybe, again, it's not only software development, but it's one of the areas where you can't understand everything. And you need sometimes to rely and say, okay, I don't understand this gray area. It just works. Let it be. And probably the most important thing is just to take it and don't try to fight with this. Like, you can't understand everything. You need to pick the pieces that would help you with your journey. And you will be super lucky if there is an expert or if there is a community who can advise you. I think that's like the most important thing, that when you have enough passion and enough energy to be directed, like your energy and passion can be directed by someone, and it doesn't matter that you need to take that guru advice and follow it blindly, but you will see the patterns. And with your practicing, like with practicing the development and looking at the outcomes of what's going on, you can decide if that patterns work for you or not. If it does, okay, you use it in your next journey. If it doesn't, all right, you see next patterns, you maybe develop something you do, like you make a retro for yourself, yeah, and you make decisions on what to do next. So just, I would say, sometimes it's, learning for the learning, but the great would be if you really have passion and you want to build something, so that at the end you can say, is it done or not? Because finally, you know in your head, is it something that you wanted to build or not? Because if it's just a piece of code and part of the development team and you don't care of what you're doing, you will never get this satisfaction of, okay, this version, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's a baby, it's a baby steps. It might be ugly right now, but at the end, yeah, it grows to something big. So it's maybe too many pieces of advice, but it's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. No, 3 or 4 very rich pieces of advice you just mentioned, and I think it will bring us to a close in this brief moment together nicely. I think part of what you were saying was, expect this journey to be difficult, right? It's a little bit like the gym. Many people sign up for a gym, but actually the business models of gyms is set up such that most of us won't go. We will pay the fee and never go, because we want to be healthy, but we don't want to do the work of becoming healthy. And it's quite similar, actually. Many junior developers, they get a little bit stuck because they want to know more about software development, but they're expecting it to be easy. So I think the first piece of advice that you were giving was, expect the journey to be difficult, actually. And recognize that, maybe even embrace that difficulty, that challenge, that confusion. The second piece, which, and I'm not covering everything you said, but the second piece that I'll pull out is this question of community. And this maybe is the note that I'll leave you on here. I think many times as developers, we can get a little bit kind of wrapped up in the problems that we're trying to solve and forget to take an extra moment to help people around us who were where we were a week ago, a month ago, a year ago. And so with this group that's here with us in the room and with the group watching at home, I'll invite you to take a little bit more time, let's say this month or this quarter or maybe this year, to slow down when you hear someone asking for help and try and see the world from their perspective. Try and remember what it was like to not be sure about, I don't know, this particular tool or error message or whatever system they're working with. And help them to see the world the way you do. Not just by giving them the answer, but by maybe reminding them of some of these pieces of advice that we've heard today about embracing the difficulty and challenge, embracing the confusion, finding things about what you're learning that build up your energy, and then spending that energy on the difficult challenges that you see. Thank you so much for spending a few minutes talking with me today, and I think we'll transition now over to the entrepreneurs section.
Thank you, Sherif. Hello, everyone. My name is Shashi. Before I start, just show of hand, how many of you are already bored, or feeling sleepy? Anyone? It's okay. Yeah, I know. No one? Seriously, come on. Thank you. Thank you. So let's see how I can make you more sleepy or more energetic. That is up to you to decide. Now, I have two options here. Again, everything depends upon what you want. And if you don't give me feedbacks, then I might be serving you something that you won't like. So you have to keep giving me feedbacks. So I have two options. Either I tell you what I know and might be helpful for you or might not, or you tell me what you know about entrepreneurship and help me improve the program that we run. So these are the two options. What will you like? Looking at me, you might say, okay, it's probably to give him suggestions rather than take it, learn from him, but still, what do you like? So second option, what, like learning from you guys, right? No, there's no middle, either this or that. Somebody said second option, so how many of you want second option? Please raise your hand. Learning from you guys. That's the second option. 1, 2, full hand, Marie, come on. Yeah, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, late risers, like backbenchers over there. Okay, 5 people out of 25. And how many of you want me to tell you what I can? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So basically, you guys are like little relaxed, don't want to get engaged much, just hear it out and all of that, right? That's what essentially it means. Okay. But you realize that you made that decision without knowing what I'm going to make you learn, right? You realize that, right?
Maybe you can introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Shashi, that's all. Like, my parents decided to, and I work in NEAR Education, just to how do we grow our programs, and I'm also instructor of this program called NEAR Certified Entrepreneur, where we try to see how do we help people, startups come up on NEAR and have that journey. So let me go further and help you decide what you will like. So one of the philosophy that I'm trying to follow is, how do we move from the focus on total value locked to total value unlocked? Like how do you do that transition? And what I essentially mean by that, like when there is an entrepreneur who has a value to offer, how do we unlock that value? Are you following that, what I'm trying to say? So normally in crypto, we talk about, okay, what is the TVL? What is the TVL? What is the TVL, right? So what is the total value locked? And what I'm saying is, how about switching to total value unlocked? Like, in each individual who is coming as an entrepreneur to us, how do we unlock that power of that idea that has and what it can offer to the society? So that's the principle I operate from. And the problem that I see, which I'm trying to solve, is in Web3, the biggest challenge, what I feel is, we might end up with a bunch of projects and not businesses. And there is a difference. There's a huge difference. How many of you feel that? Like there's a difference between bunch of projects and businesses. Yeah. One is like base, not even base camp. One is like just at the foothill of Mount Everest, and another is Mount Everest summit, right? That's how it is. So we all agree with that. So that's the problem I'm trying to solve. So what I was hoping is to take your inputs on how do we actually do that? How do we, and it's also like, when we hear the lingo here, we never call it like, okay, these are the startups building, or these are the enterprises building. We call it, these are the projects building. And the moment you start that, it gives that connotation, right? So that's what I was looking to take feedback from all of you, that how do we in Web3 start transitioning from being projects to businesses, and what does that journey look like as entrepreneurs that you guys are? So that was what I was thinking of learning from you guys. And what I was trying to make you guys learn was this simple technique that I have used for almost everything. And the history of this technique was developed to actually date someone. And this technique was developed to date someone. And then it's basically mapping the trigger of your user or a product or anything. So that's basically it. It's called trigger mapping. It's a very simple technique where you kind of understand what is your vision and what you want to achieve. Why will your user conform to your vision and why will they not? And then based on that, you design your product. So this is what I have to offer. Now, how many of you wants to learn what I want to teach, and how many of you want me to teach it? Show of hands again. Again, how many of you want to learn from me? How many of you this technique of trigger mapping? Or how many of you want to help me solve this puzzle of how do we transition Web3 projects into enterprises? Second option. Web3. Second, how do we transition projects from enterprises? Okay, great. Thank you very much. So that's the seed question. How do we, before that, one question. How many of you are tech entrepreneurs here, which means you are a software developer and also an entrepreneur? Please, show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so out of around 25, probably 7 or something? Right, probably. Okay, so anyone who wants to share what are the challenges of entrepreneurship in Web3 that you see? Anyone? Yes, can we have mics going around, please? Thank you. We can start from there, yeah.
Guessing this is, there we go. Hi everyone, my name is Amir. Just one word answer, awareness around what it can offer to folks. That's the use case that people can get behind, and it can lead to adoption. So I think awareness around its use cases and its possibilities is like one of the major challenges into bringing people on to this next version of the web.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is people don't know how to communicate their product to others, right?
There's definitely that, and I think there's also the understanding of the potential user base of why is this version of it on Web3 with these new paradigms and these new mechanisms potentially better, or what it could unlock relatively to what's been possible before. So there's a bit of user education and also awareness around the possibilities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much for that. one piece of advice when we are speaking, and it's not related to your answer, but speak from your own experience and speak for yourself. Like when I mean that, like in your entrepreneurial journey, what challenges you are facing. Because when we answer these type of questions, we also sometimes answer what we feel should be happening. So it's not like an intellectual answer, it's an experiential answer that I'm looking for. Hope that is clear. Some people over here wanted to, yeah.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. Thanks for this opportunity. So one of the challenges that I'm facing right now is trying to create this, the use of play to earn for impact to earn is what we're calling it, right? So this same concept as move to earn. And we're being faced with the obstacle of if we create these employment opportunities that equate to beach cleanups and dives against debris, then what does that entail for us legally, right? We're creating this bunch of jobs that are going to be paid through digital currencies in Honduras. And then does that mean that, you know, this is a challenge that we don't know what that means. Are we now creating jobs that have, you know, payroll and all these other rights that come within those laws? Or is that something that we just say, oh, it's an airdrop for doing beach cleanups, right? There's a lot of legal concerns there, and I don't know where to go for this. We have no idea. So this is, I guess, a great example of like, what's the difference between the project and an actual company, right?
Very, very valid point. Regulations, right? Like every entrepreneur feels that. How do we navigate through that? Very, very, very nice answer. Thank you very much. We had some, yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ivan. I'm from NearPay. I'm a product manager, but also I had business in my past. And I'm always looking right now for different business models and different ideas. And every time I realize that there is an idea, I think, why should I do it in crypto? Why is it not in fiat? Because it's almost the same. The business model is the same. And why should I do it? Because the vast majority uses fiat. For example, I wanted to create the bot for Slack so that users can give some NEAR to the guy who has a birthday. Yeah, okay. So then I thought, well, why should we do it on NEAR? Why don't we just make the payment gateway so everybody will do it using the real money? Because there are more fiat money users than NEAR money users. Yeah. So every time I had an idea, I thought, why should I do it using NEAR? And maybe someone else has these questions. Could you share that with me? And I wanted to tell you that only in those ideas that use the NEAR benefits, for example, sharding, quick and cheap transactions, yeah, I could imagine why it should be a separate business. But in most business models, in most businesses, I don't know why an entrepreneur, a product manager, should create something only on NEAR, only on crypto. Yeah.
Sure. Also, if you guys, anyone who is sharing some challenges, and if you kind of align with that, if you like feel the same challenge, you can do something like this. Like this, to show that you also tune with that challenge. So we know, okay, how many people face that challenge in the room. That will be interesting to see. So till now, we have like, how do we communicate the projects and the use case of it to regulation, to actually, why should even I build on like Web3? Does this make sense? Yes, please.
Hey, I'm not an entrepreneur, but I just wanted to add a few thoughts. Sometimes Web3 market feels like developers selling to developers. And what I would like to add, we literally pay a little attention to educating our customers, our clients. So we have big investments in educating developers, right? But learning curve is so high for clients that you literally need to educate them so they could use your product, and you need to educate them what is Web3, and mass adoption is really slow right now on the market.
Okay. Who else? Yes, please, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges that people face in sort of like the line of the question that was asked initially is that as an entrepreneur, the step of going from a project to a company entails or like feels like you have ownership over a certain product, and building in Web3, that's something you usually kind of want to avoid as much as possible, which brings in another challenge, which is extremely slow governance or decentralized governance instruments that are being implemented, which is something more of the legacy projects in crypto are facing a lot, like Maker and stuff, like getting something pushed through there or getting a new organization set up takes like a super long time. And yeah, it's a derivative of like regulatory issues, but I think that that is sort of like why I would say that I'm running a project and not necessarily a company, because it's usually, look at NEAR, right? Like, it's not one company anymore. It's like 7 entities that are all building towards this greater thing, and that greater thing, the best way to describe that still might be a project, or maybe we need a new word for it, but I think that, yeah, that would be my view on it.
Okay. Yes, please.
Just wanted to pick up on the point earlier on why build on NEAR. I think it's a very important question, or why do it in Web3? But technical reasons, I don't think that's very sustainable in the end. You know, what it really is about is community. So you want people to speak from experience. I've worked a lot in open source communities and in open source projects as well. And the power of why it works, why people stay, that's really about the community, the people that are there, that they have a shared sense of purpose, that they know what they're in for. That's what makes things stick, not, you know, we have sharding, we don't. Those are things that can be fixed. But a community, that's not something that you easily build, and it requires a shared vision. And now for me personally, also looking at NEAR and a little bit the whole Web3 ecosystem is the question of how can I really add value for society with these tools? Because it can't only be about money. I mean, money is a very important part, but if in the end all we're building is sort of more money tools, our society is already too financialized as it is. So to find, I think, are the opportunities to improve, for instance, social networks, to improve how energy flows in the system, the actual physical energy, you know, using solar, etc., decentralize that, those kind of use cases. Maybe cleaning up the ocean. I think we're at a point where it's possible to see that it's that we can use Web3 for good, but it's also hard to find the actual applications. So I'm curious. It's just a challenge I'm sharing. I don't have an answer.
Okay. Yes, please. 1 or 2 more responses, and we'll move to another question.
So I just want to pick up on the point about why built on Web3. And one of the things that we learned at MIT about how innovation happens is that you either improve customer experience or you reduce costs. And Web3 just allows, in many occasions, to reduce costs. For example, smart contracts, they automate a lot of things, and so this is just why.
Yes.
Hi, Marcel from Paris. I think that what is important is to be culturally relevant and to fill a white space, because technology and technique is a thing, and we understand the challenge of decentralization and how it can benefit to everyone. But if a product or if something is not in a cultural way relevant, no one is going to adopt it. So we cannot only innovate, we need to think as a business and how it should like be adopted by people because they understand it on a deeper level, and the technology is on the first layer. It doesn't have to be what attracts people. People shouldn't know about it. They should just see, oh, this is perfect for me because it feels new. And yeah, that's the point, to bring culture at the most important value that it should into the Web3 space.
So, how many of you, thank you very much for all your responses, how many of you feel like one of the reasons of these projects not turning into businesses is something to do also with the user experience of these products that are built? How many of you feel that way? Like the user experiences of the projects or the products or whatever we see. How many of you feel that way? But haven't we perfected the user experience in Web 2? So what's happening that entire learning has gone somewhere else and nobody is using that in Web 3? This question I have, like, it perplexes, I really get like worried about this. What do you think is the reason? You understood the question, right? My question is pointed. Like we had all this research around, like people have spent 10 years perfecting how to click someone on one specific thing, and suddenly now you see a bunch of really nice use cases, but with very amazing UI, which you don't even want to look at. So why has that happened? Yeah, from there, yeah.
It has mentioned here earlier, it looks like at the moment the whole ecosystem is still developers speaking with developers. And there is a lot of use cases and actual business cases to be implemented in order to go to the other mass adoption. But it doesn't look like it's happening. If you go throughout, especially in DeFi space, which offers a lot of opportunities, much more than TradFi, but with very, very difficult UI and UX that only entails for tech-savvy people that are able to try to make all those clicks and make things happen. It just scares a lot of people, especially the non-tech people. So unless that will change, and unless maybe also the transfer between fiat and crypto will be a little bit more easy, for example, to actually pay with crypto in stores and things like that, until then it will be a challenge.
Okay.
So in Web 2, I think that data is central. Like data is money, data is power. In Web 3, everything is based around money. Money is central. Every transaction, you are sending some form of payment. And that means that the reason why things are less UX friendly is, and why you have these external wallets that require you to download something on a different page that add more clicks, decrease UX, is because it's necessary for security. I really feel like sort of like education is going to be the solution and cultural shift from Web 2 to Web 3. So it's just going to take time over increasing sort of like the Web 3 UX to more similar to Web 2 UX, simply because of the security connotations that will come with that. If you could, yeah, I mean, like if Facebook got hacked and they can read your DMs, that's annoying. If your MetaMask got hacked and you lose all of your money, it's detrimental, right? I think that's something that people oversee quite often. Like, we're working on the Internet of Money here. It's different.
Okay, over there, the gentleman over there, and then. Okay.
Hey, I would just add to that just to what Jasper said, like the learning curve is very high, very steep, and to the point of the user experience. If you look at the user experience, for example, for the iPhone, it's seamless, it's invisible. Technology is invisible. Until we get to the point where technology is invisible, it's really hard to get to the mass adoption.
Yeah, so I think one other thing that Web3 doesn't have right now is the killer app. The gentleman up front mentioned we have to kind of make sure we have cultural relevancy. So I remember the days when, you know, my parents were not really on the internet, right? And then we had things like Facebook and YouTube and things like that. And even though they weren't that tech savvy, they figured out how to use that stuff, regardless of how difficult or not difficult it was and things like that. But there was like this like pull to actually want to learn a browser, how to log in, have an account, store your passwords, things like that. And they got used to all these idioms and UIs, you know, that were frankly new to them. So the thing that Web3 I think is missing, which I personally haven't seen yet, and I think has to be probably beyond the financial nature of everything, is a killer app that kind of everybody can get behind and brings that cultural relevancy. Then despite all the difficulties and all the additional things to learn, I think people would be energized and have an innate desire to overcome kind of these new concepts they have to understand. Also, one other aspect of it is that I think there needs to be more abstractions to kind of insulate the user from the underlying complexities because, you know, I'm just waiting for my mom to kind of understand it all, and then that's kind of the, the flag for it all. So there you go. Thank you.
Yes. Anyone else? Yes, please. After this, I have one more question to take and a couple of responses. We will be, yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to tag along on the user experience, or I'm more of the thought of we need to kind of break apart and build the user experience from the ground up. Going along the lines of we need a killer app. Well, Facebook, let's assume Facebook is, or social media is a killer app. We need to educate people born after the iPads and smartphones that privacy and your own private information should be a Web3 opt-in type of way of sharing, like that you opt in and you get paid by the people that want to advertise to you. So not a third party gets advertisement fees, but you as a consumer get it. So I think that is re-educating the consumer itself, and then we can start looking at what the customer experience actually really is.
Okay. Last, I think I have almost ran out of the time, or 2 to 3 minutes. Okay. Some rapid fire responses quickly.
Without a doubt, social media is the killer app. In fact, any of the Web 2, because all of the big Web 2, those are in the digital space. And digital is much easier than physical, right? So if you think about a real killer app for Web 3, it should be some digital thing that Web 2 already had. So take your pick, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, any of them, if Web 3 can build it, people will for sure use it, because look at Twitter right now, the deep platforming. But it's not so easy to take on this challenge. So I'm also curious what you think, what the feasibility is.
So quick question. We have spoken about the challenges that you face, and we have also spoken about the problem that exists right now. If I have to run an entrepreneurial program, what does it should have? Quickly, words. What should that entrepreneurial program should have so that it helps entrepreneurs to scale, not only get stuck at the project level, but to scale to a business? What do you think that program should have? Capital? Okay. Without Mike's quick shout-outs, what do you think? But people say that in Web3 you have enough capital. Business model validation. Okay. So what else we have? What should that program contain that this helps them to grow? Experienced people who can guide them, like mentors? Okay. Okay. So for the program, you mean like we should have users? Like okay. So users, there should be a bunch of users around who understand they can be owners. Okay. Okay. As clients. Okay. What else we should have in that entrepreneurship accelerator or training program? Anything else that you have a suggestion on? Sorry? Prioritization of? Man. Demand. Okay, demand. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Regulatory structuring. Okay. Sorry? Network people how to recruit. Yes. Okay. Someone said something from here. Did I miss it? Last. Patience, it takes time. Yes, last one. Development advisory team who can advise them on tech development and all of that. Okay, these were really amazing suggestions. You has been a fantastic audience, to be honest. Actually, I don't know if you observed this, our conversation turned from a dialogue to a multi-log, like all of us were responding to each other and all of that. So thank you very much. Over to you, Sherif. Thank you.
So we've got about 15 minutes, a little bit less for Q&A. We've been setting and framing the conversation for the last hour. Thank you for your patience and participation. What's on your mind? Any questions you want to ask of us around NEAR education? Present, past, future? We'll start with an easy one from the front row.
I don't know if it's easy, but what does NEAR University and NEAR Education do? What sort of programs do you guys have?
Thanks for the layup, Marieke. I can take that. So NEAR University, as you can see in the background here, has the honor and the challenge of engaging hundreds of thousands of qualified students this year in learning about NEAR. And so the way we see that is entrepreneurs and developers. These are the two personas that we're focused on this year, and that's why we've had the conversation that we've had here. You see in the right-hand side of this slide a number of courses that we offer. Today, you can go to NEAR University, NEAR.university is actually the URL, and register for NEAR Certified Developer. And what does that mean? It means that you come and learn how to build on NEAR using AssemblyScript, Rust, JavaScript smart contracts, and any front end of your choosing. And to become a NEAR Certified Developer, what you're doing is actually submitting a demo of your original design and that we review. And based on that review, we give you the signal that you are now able to build. And if not, we'll give you feedback on that demonstration. So there's a very high bar there. It's not just answering multiple choice questions or showing up and checking off a couple of things. You actually have to understand enough to build a solution of your own design. That's NEAR Certified Developer. Senior developers with maybe 5-10 years experience or more can come in not knowing how to spell NEAR and actually build an application in a day or two. Some people can ship something in an afternoon. Junior developers might take a week or even longer. So that's on the development side. On the entrepreneur side, we have a program, NEAR Certified Entrepreneur. You can answer this one.
So one of the things that I have seen for entrepreneurship, it's important to have a community. So what we do in NEAR Certified Entrepreneur, there is no entry barrier. Anybody can come, but the course is very tough. So first week of orientation, we start with 100 enterprises. By end of first week, we are left with 60. Because every day, 10 hours, you have to take assignments and all of this. And it's a non-competitive course. What I mean by that, there is a level that you design your own course. Because what I feel is entrepreneurs should have control over their learning. So based on your need, you decide what you want to learn in the course. And then you find your own resources. There are some resources out there. All of that you go through. Again, this course is focused not on making your tech succeed, but your business succeed. That's the difference of NEAR certified entrepreneur. And how we ensure that, one is because it's a non-competitive course, anybody who qualifies above a certain level, and there is a level of rubric that we follow, in that case, then you are eligible for applying for a grant or applying for investment and all of that. Because then it's a non-competitive course, everybody starts collaborating. And if you go to our Discord server and see, people post daily reflections, weekly blogs about how in a month they had an idea and now they are shipping a product. And what we talk about is things like who's your most valuable customer, what is the 3 differentiating factors in your MVP? How does your competitor analysis look like? And things like that, right? And how do you use prototyping techniques to prototype your product and take feedbacks from the thing? How does your market look like? And what's your total market size? And what's your active market size? And all of those things that we have heard in business world, right? And every week, each of these entrepreneurs rate each other on how good is their product, how good is the team, how good is their value prop, how good is their business model, and everything. So imagine, over a course of like 4 weeks or 6 weeks, a huge amount of feedback flowing through each other, and what also it gives to, say, someone who wants to invest in these enterprises, a high-level granular data, because for an investor, what you are anxious about is how good is this entrepreneur and how good is his team and the product. And if you are getting peer-level data week by week, that's gold mine for any investor to make a decision. So what we are seeing is, how does people lose that frustration of how do I shift to from individual consumers, how do you become contributor of a community of entrepreneurs? And how do you support each other to grow together? So that's how this entire program is structured. And now in the second version, we might have a course on DAO specific, and probably we are looking for experts for token economics and things like that. So that's entrepreneur course.
There's definitely a lot of new faces since 2019 in the NEAR community. How are you guys thinking about scaling this program, keeping consistent quality across these different education programs? I think that a lot of L1s have university programs, and like once they scale, they run into issues actually keeping quality. I hope that there's a ton of inflow to this in the NEAR community, and wondering how you guys are thinking about horizontally scaling these programs.
Thanks for the question. I think there are a couple of, maybe we can start with a couple of assumptions about what it means to run an educational program and scale it and so on. I think, again, because so many of us have spent the vast majority of our life learning in a kind of structured industrial system, we assume that each person should learn the same thing. The model assumes everybody's a blank slate when they walk in on day one. You deposit some information throughout the time of learning, and then you test that the deposits are there, and suddenly you're blessed with graduation. But we all know that that is not representative at all of our individual experiences, that some of us have different backgrounds, different interests. We have life events that might change the way we relate to ourselves or the material or the instructor throughout the learning journey. And so learning in general is messy. So if we can agree to that as a sort of starting point, and we talk about how do we scale education, necessarily what we need are more teachers. So what we are saying at NEAR University is 1,000 teachers leads us to 1 million developers and 1 billion users. And in that sense, it doesn't mean that we will hire and train 1,000 teachers to work with us directly, but that we will do our best, our level best, to inspire 1,000 teachers, similar to the conversation that we started out with in the first half of this discussion, reminding everybody here to take a little bit of time to teach people around you. We've used a similar approach, finding teachers, in, let's say, how we are running education in China. We started out with developers coming into the NEAR Certified Developer Program, And then the most performant developers, the ones that picked up the material quickly, produced high quality demonstrations, and expressed an interest in becoming teachers, those were the people that we went after and said, look, what can we do to support you in building a teaching program? And that's actually the nucleus that we started with in our campaign in China, for example. A similar campaign out of Mexico in NEAR Hispano, where a number of maybe 50 or so developers per week came through the program. And of those developers, we picked, say, the top 2 or 3% performers over the course of several months, engaged them in our fellowship program, where they learned how to build production applications and ship those applications on NEAR. And then from there, we went and tapped them and said, hey, come and help us teach now. And so we encouraged them to become NEAR certified instructors, and now they're teaching there. In China, NEAR is being taught in Chinese, in Mandarin. In Latin America, NEAR is being taught in Spanish. For the rest of the world, we have English, Russian, Turkish, recently launched NEAR in Arabic. And so maybe to kind of try and wrap this up, if we can agree on a basic definition, call it a learning objective if you want, but again, that's a little bit too stiff. A NEAR certified developer can build on NEAR. Then the question is, how do we make that culturally relevant? Let's start with language. Let's start with regionally distributed educational initiatives. And from there, hopefully we'll find the promised land. Hopefully that gives you a sense. Yeah. Sure.
And so, a call to action to all of you in the room is, if you know anyone in your region who will love to anchor the educational initiative in the region where we don't have, and there are a couple of regions where we don't have, especially in Europe, we are looking for multiple partners, so please connect us, and that will be the good thing.
Yeah, good point, yeah. You want to hold it? Or?
Yes.
Just a remark that I'm trying to get used to it, but certified entrepreneur sounds a bit like a contradiction in terminus to me. Because, an entrepreneur is just, there's someone you follow. That's an entrepreneur. It's not something you can certify or learn, or you can learn management, you can learn how to lead a team, you can learn finance, you can learn how to analyze a business model, you can learn marketing skills, and lots of skills that are useful for entrepreneur, but the title is a bit strange.
For sure. One of the reasons for me it made sense, because there is so much hype around entrepreneurship that you put entrepreneurship on a pedestal, right? And how do you actually make it like a way of life? And how do you actually and how do you say that's one philosophical angle to it. Like entrepreneurs can be made also. It can be trained. And this is coming from the experience that I had for past 7 to 10 years. Having said that, and the other part is when we say NEAR certified entrepreneur, which basically means technically is someone who is qualified to build a business on NEAR, probably. That's technically what we mean. But for sure, what you're asking is a philosophical, probably, debate. No, that's fine. Yes.
I think we have to go to the last question, by the way.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that question of entrepreneurship, for developers and entrepreneurs, if you want them to bring in 1 billion users, I feel like transitioning from project to business, where that's making revenue and actually being sustainable, that's going to require a lot of regulatory clarity and structuring help. Do you plan on also adding general counsel from the NEAR Foundation side to give advice and guidance? And I know that you can't do that ad hoc for every project, but basic principles of how to form a project in the correct way based on what the project is.
Right now, to be honest, we are introducing a course on a module on DAO, but to be honest, we have not planned that. We have almost finishing the first cohort. We'll see how it is, and the plan is that people run similar models, as Sherif said, of or their version, locally suitable version in different regions. And when we'll see, because the regulations in that region will be different from different regions, so probably there it might make sense. But for sure, regulation is one of the key challenges that that entrepreneurs face. So sooner or later, we have to think about it for sure.
I can say from experience from Flux, I think this was like an area that we struggled with for years, right? Raising money and how and where was a big challenge, and we struggled to find the perfect jurisdiction for what we wanted to build. And I feel like this is something that if we had guidance, as an example, earlier on, it would have really shortened our time to market and allowed us to fundraise much easier as well, and then also deploy funds faster as well.
That's a good point.
Maybe can I add something else? So I think it's a very good point. One idea we're thinking of is what we call flow as a service. And I don't know if Yasin is probably here, or maybe not. Anyway, it's like helping, because some of the skill set that are in the foundations are not scalable right now, but how could we actually have that for the ecosystem? So that's definitely one idea. And the other thing is we're also touting with the idea of like a Web3 incubator. And so within that, if you think of, it links perfectly with education and then actually more hand-holding of projects through tokenomics and actually legal advice and things like that, right? But we hear that loud and clear. It's really hard. The regulatory landscape changes all the time. So it's also, even for us, continuously navigating is not. But yeah, ideas are coming, so watch that space.
Thanks for that, Marie. Okay, that concludes our time together. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us. And we'll be here for the rest of the day. If you have any questions for us, please do consider diving into NEAR University, checking out the courses we have there. We have several new courses coming out this quarter, in fact, including NEAR for Rust developers. And that's in several different languages, Spanish and Portuguese and English. Hopefully, in May, you'll see that course released. And new courses coming out all the time. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Shashi and Sherif. Super inspiring story. I learned a lot again. We're going to continue learning after the break at 14:45. Then we're going to dive deeper into the technical side, amongst others with Jasper from Flux and Anton from Aurora. So 14:45, we're back here, and then the show goes on. for our latest session. Okay, just gonna ask Anton Paisov, enter the stage. Aurora behind the scenes, there's nothing to add from me there, so Anton, take it away.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, thank you for coming. Happy to still see a lot of faces here. To start, who knows what Aurora is? Nice. Who builds on Aurora? Cool. That's also great because we all pushing for near native for everyone, as you know. But for those who still are already in the Ethereum ecosystem, that's why we're here. So basically, Aurora is Ethereum interface on top of NEAR. And that's also like, I've been participating in one of the sessions yesterday about layer 2, about scaling Ethereum, etc. And it was all about like what challenges we want to solve. And because we have NEAR, and because of the way it's built, and like Aurora is just a smart contract with EVM inside on top of NEAR. So we don't need to abstract too much stuff. We don't need to care about extra migrations of data, etc., etc., etc. You're basically like, whatever happens on Aurora happens in NEAR. And yes, I am doing the integrations and DevRel at Aurora. And it's mostly integration still. And it's like DevRel for EVM solutions is an interesting niche because even when you do hackathons and stuff, it ends up often being forkathons, etc., etc. So apart like from comparing to the session before about the education, we want to push more for education, but it's like it's very, very different because you're already like basically adapting for the space that was there before. What I wanted to talk to you today about was mostly about almost a year of the mainnet journey we had on Aurora and some of the caveats that we had. Because like caveats are things that people are really interested in. I think it's like, it's never simple, shiny and all. So let me. Clicker work, please. Super. This slide I snatched from the presentation our CEO did several times, and it's basically the overview. So, again, like, quickly to go through that, Aurora is the EVM solution on top of NEAR. Aurora is implemented as a smart contract with Sputnik VM inside. Aurora implements RPCs. RPCs are fully compatible with Ethereum. We support all the like standard toolkits that are available on Ethereum. And we have ETH as a base token, which is another topic worth of separate presentation. And if you're interested in learning more about ETH as a base token as a decision and how it was achieved, etc., I encourage you to check the video about that as well. But what it means for users and like the overall vision of Aurora being like aiming for 100% Ethereum compatibility is that basically if you have existing Ethereum contracts, you just basically switch the endpoint to deploy to, you deploy and it works on Aurora. Like, of course it's not necessarily always as simple as that, and that's the presentation is about as well. So, one of the coolest things that I think we did, which is reduce the smoothness of the sale, was basically we went, we launched mainnet in May last year. It was like in a stealth mode, so people would ask, would play around with it, but for a couple of months, people weren't actually using Aurora. And then, I think it was late August, early September, then applications started really to want to deploy in Aurora. And that's when we started uncovering some of the issues that we need to fix. And that's, again, doing mainnet straight away was very important from this perspective, I believe, because your feedback loop, your loop of reacting, all the parts of the feedback loop, as learning about stuff, as fixing that stuff, etc., are much, much more faster than if you do it like secretly behind the doors and etc. So like, yeah, startup mode. And the coolest part about being able to launch mainnet that soon was basically first reason was that there was a EVM solution in NEAR before, so like Aurora spun off from NEAR. And it was, of course, already like in works, but also because of the way Aurora is done, you don't have to like think separately about security that much, because you inherently have all the features of NEAR and all the security features of NEAR. And also, like our second like main goal is enabling all other cool features that make NEAR with EVM interface. Which is like, when you think about it, like it's the challenge so many of us are like from different companies, from different types of solutions are trying to solve. But everything that has virtual machine in it in the name always has pain. But like, yeah, in a good way, in this case. Anyways, with launch, one of the most important things for us was to do the integrations so the projects could actually launch, because like very few projects work in a nutshell without any external any external dependencies. So we were working on getting indexers on board, getting oracles on board, getting node providers on board, explorers, etc. And at this stage right now, like already we have 2 explorers working, one of which is research scan. We have several oracles, including Flux, that Jasper will tell you all about after me. And yeah, and not for node providers is actually, yeah, I can't tell you more about that, but like apart from the third-party node providers, it's kind of, you can already, if you use Aurora, or if you want to use Aurora and you want to use inferior nodes, just contact me. We are in a closed beta, and I'm happy to make sure you are added there as well. Now, like integrations, it's all good, like understandably, like everyone was doing it, etc., etc. It takes time, and makes much more sense again when you're live on the mainnet, in my opinion. Now, the next thing was actually the thing that's like we were proudly owning, which is the error more and more people started reporting to us, which was exceed the maximum amount of gas allowed to burn per contract, blah, blah, blah. What it means and where does it come from? So that this originates from the need of a transaction to fit in a block. And Aurora, being on NEAR, has a block time of 1 second, where, like, on average, right? Where, like, for instance, on Ethereum, the block time is 14 seconds. So, like, and what block time means is basically the time, computational time you have. So you need to make sure that everything that you're executing works there. And this was and is an ongoing, very interesting journey, which also, like, we work closely with NEAR core team on. So there's like, there are multiple optimizations done. There are some in the pipeline, etc. that optimize all that stuff. And as of March this year, we finally like got to the point where we're seeing much less of those, and they are like the issues we have. Like we have another upgrade on NEAR core that will go live in May, that will eliminate most of the remaining cases. But it was, it was an interesting journey, and it was like also very interesting from the research standpoint, because we were like, originally we thought that you can map Ethereum gas fees to NEAR gas fees, which is like, if you know, like it works completely different, so it doesn't make sense to try to match it. So we were doing like, and because people were actively using and trying to make stuff work, we were, we had a lot of stuff that we could profile on. So like a dedicated team was working on that, again, together with NEAR core, and that went well. But what I wanted to highlight here as well, which was like an absolutely incredible experience, was one of the teams that, from one of the landing protocols that natively launched on Aurora, was so keen to understand how, how EVM works in NEAR. So they worked with our profiling team to figure out like how can they optimize the contracts from their side to to make it work before the optimizations go live. And during that process, they actually helped and identified an issue that was an easy fix, and that brought a very significant gas limit improvement. And yeah, so again, like from being a person who is handling all the integrations, it's very interesting because there are all kinds of projects, and the beauty of what we're trying to achieve with Aurora and what's basically there is that you really kind of don't need to care about it being near under the hood, because like the whole interface is just like plain Ethereum. And I'm sure that we have projects that deploy it on Aurora without like thinking too much about it being near, which is that's the goal. That's the developer experience you're aiming for, right? So yes, another cool feature we did was that we had, and again, another cool feature being a feature that turned out to be quite a pain in the ass, in a good way, again, whatever that means. It was, we had apps, like, we were subsidizing all of the gas costs for Aurora users, so the gas was free. And this is a big part of simplicity as an overall goal, and it's also like, we believe this is one of the key things to tackle for mass adoption. But as always, when stuff is free, you're a very sweet spot for all kinds of attacks, and those would be like DDoS attacks, spam attacks, and whatnot. And like again, spamming you can handle, but like you just burn money, right? So we were working on various things that helped us identify those malicious parties, but in the end we had to go for paid gas because one of the legit projects ended up being also heavily misused, and that would also end up in congestion in the network. Now another thing is, as Illia mentioned, NEAR now has sharding, and Aurora right now has its own shard. And again, the purpose of Aurora as proper EVM scaling is to be able to horizontally scale for EVM, which is like, if you know, like the nature of the EVM is the synchronity, which is why no one figured out the sharding for it yet. And for that we will talk more, not today. Yeah, so right now we have paid gas. It's kind of like 2 cents per transaction. And we are also working on some very significant products that we will be releasing soon that will also tackle UX. And for stats, like so far being on the mainnet was given all the things that weren't as smooth as possible, but with projects and team projects and the whole community wanting to build and to work on Aurora that much, we are already above 100 projects live. We have almost every infrastructural need is diversified by, like, you can choose what you want to use. And it's getting more and more interesting. Okay, that was close. So, let me think what I wanted to mention about all that again. I think that like it might, like I will tell you what's next, but it also is probably a good time for questions after that as well. And for what's next, it's enabling new projects in the ecosystem. This is an interesting approach because, like, you know, it's we're doing infrastructure. And as an infrastructure project, we kind of like just want to enable everyone who wants to build. But at the same time, you also want to provide some kind of ecosystem, ecosystem space where they can strive, when they can be helped, when they can collaborate, etc., etc. So we are working actively from this side of things on making sure that we can enable those projects better. I also, if anyone has any interesting ideas about education for EVM, being there all the time, but like with a new twist, please reach out. Also, like, if you build on Aurora, also please reach out. So, yes, we will have a bunch of announcements in May and later this year, which we are all very excited about. And I think it's a really good moment to answer a few questions. Maybe, Jasper, maybe you can pass around the mic. Anyone has any questions? It turned out a bit shorter than I expected.
So I've also had a few friends who are building on Aurora who have mentioned this block gas limit issue. And maybe it's a bit out of scope, but I would love it if you kind of go more into depth as to why this gas issue arises. Does the underlying NEAR block have a gas limit and it just takes a lot of computation to transpile everything? Or is it something else?
So yes, it all goes back to the limit of so the current maximum gas per transaction limit is 300 teragas of NEAR, and it's also like you can tackle it from two sides. You can tackle it from the side of like making the limit higher, kind of, but at the same time you can also tackle it from the side of making stuff that translates to that to the NEAR gas much more optimal. So right now one of the things that basically the key upgrade that will go live in May will bring, like, because of some try-cache, I can talk to you about it in detail, but when it will go live, we will get approximately 30 to 40% more higher limit, which again, in turn translates into basically, to best of my knowledge, to eliminating the issue without compromising. Like, like the obvious solution would be to have a longer block time, etc., but it's like you don't want to do that. And it's also like the 1 second block time, 2 seconds finality time are like the mechanics that enable you to build so much more things. So for instance, even think about the game dev, right? Like, it's the next level mechanics, and we want to have it. Like, the idea is like to have all the convenient Ethereum interface, but like utilizing NEAR capabilities. So imagine that like you can still build without like learning new technology. You can still build and then like have the experience that is finally usable.
Yeah, it would be really fantastic to have the ability to like more complex computation on chain. I guess like with rollups, you have the ability to, because you have this like zero knowledge thing that can compress and be pushed to call data on chain to be verified. I guess that would be kind of like an easy, I mean, it wouldn't be like a very like NEAR native solution to have like a rollup that pushes data onto NEAR and get the compression efficient that way. And, yeah.
Yeah. I think a rollup on top of NEAR would be also a cool thing to have, like if one wants to. And it's like also not that hard to do, right? Please.
One second. Hello. Did you consider other chains to build on? So when you were looking at NEAR, and why did NEAR win?
So, Aurora team originally spun off from NEAR, like many companies that do that, like Illia mentioned earlier today. And for this reason, obviously, no. But it's also like we are looking into how others do stuff because it's interesting. And it's also cool to see that now you can see, like Aurora, when it was released, it was the only one implementing the EVM compatibility as a smart contract on other chain. Now, like Neon is probably launching soon. And they are kind of, in essence, the idea is similar. And like it's also smart contract on Solana in that case. So, and you can see that the view is shared from this perspective.
Will you be diversifying to other chains?
Well, I don't know. Like it's all. I think like in the whole NEAR ecosystem, we don't think about anything like from the evaluation perspective. More like we think about enabling everyone to choose, to scale, to go multi-chain. Like I'm pretty sure that the future is multi-chain, but yeah, I'm pretty excited about our setup, and I can like I'm very excited about the announcements that we're planning, but and also it's a shame I can't tell you more about it yet.
So that was a yes. Okay.
We do have some time, so.
I remember where I was when Aurora got hit by the spam attack. Could you go over sort of like the situation there, because it's a pretty interesting story, right? Like, Aurora was running successfully for a little while, and then all of a sudden, like this one use case just completely flooded the network. Could you go over sort of like what happened there and like how you guys experienced that?
Yeah, I can tell you. So it's like there was originally in January there was a sunflower incident on Polygon that I think it's like basically put down the network for some time, and then those like other developers forked the game while it was open. They fixed the issue, but then like the original issue that flooded, right? But then when you have free transactions, and it's basically a game where every click generates a transaction. So people were started with free gas, started automating it, and like a lot of stuff was like just it's a controlled spam attack, and you can look at it as a semi-legit use case. Well, it's still not, but like, and what was really cool that Aurora didn't went down, and we like debatefully enabling gas fees. I don't know, like it's we would have done that unavoidably, of course, because it's like, you know, also like people making money on it. So, but from the perspective of upcoming projects, it all fits in the vision, and in the future things like that would still be kind of possible, but you will just still have to pay for it. And that, like, again, originally, if you would have paid gas, it wouldn't be the case. But it was the incident was like for a couple of hours, I think, in the peak, and we really reacted well to that. So it was, yeah.
Yeah, you handled it pretty well. I think that the solution would almost be to isolate these type of projects and make sure that they pay their own gas fees.
Yeah, and also like if people want to do that, like in a scale, you can enable that, and that's like also part of the roadmap. If like, but yeah, in the current setup we're still one shard, and because of that you just don't want to spam it.
Makes sense.
Not really an Aurora-specific question, but could you share more details about the possibility of a USN stablecoin on NEAR?
I saw something about that on Twitter.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, being full-time into integrations, I don't have time to look into that, apart from Twitter.
No, that makes sense.
Oh, it's like, yeah.
Hi. I don't know if this question fits you, but you can tell me.
Let's try.
The Aurora DAO Council is, as I understand it, used to govern Aurora, and I was looking in some of the proposals. So far, it mostly seems to be about, let's say, managing the funds. But what do you expect from Aurora DAO, or how do you see its role in sort of governing the network, if any?
That's a good question. I think that, like, as with all DAOs, like by having a DAO, you want to make sure that community has voice, and that you do not consolidate too much things. on your own. So it's like the key idea. And of course, like a lot of stuff was about moving fund and like whatnot with a DAO. And also like as a dev shop, that's not what we do. So that's why we have ecosystem. And if you think about it, like, I mean, I know that there are some proposals in work that are not like that are integration specific, development specific, etc., that will also go to DAO. And whatever else we would want to, like, whatever else meaningful decision we would want to take would still go through it. And it's, for us, it's very important to have a big DAO and to be able to, yeah, govern in the way that we see governance should be done, kind of.
So should an average user of Aurora care about the DAO?
This is, like, in general, they should, I think. And I think it's like the whole approach with the governance, and I had a bunch of discussions with people over these past days about overall, like, how you want to, like, how you have a voice, how you can execute on that voice, how you can, for instance, give your voice or give your vote to someone who you think on the matter is more competent, etc. So the mechanics, I think, like, it's, when you think about it, like, from the world perspective and from the humanity evolution perspective, it's been like always some kind of loop where there would some organizations would arise, then there would be some form of governance, then it often would be usurpated in a way, and then people would look for a better solution to govern further. Then someone else build that better solution, and it gets usurpated again at some point, etc. So it's like an infinite humanity loop, from my perspective. And important thing here is to always look further and look about how you want to enable things in the future. And we also have one product in works that will be about about just members of the community and them being able to reflect their voices. That will also stay tuned for.
I'm not sure if you've ever seen my face, so I'm Peter, other co-founder of Flux. I know that we're in a ton of chats together all the time for integrations. How are you handling the influx of teams? I mean, there's a ton of teams building now. There's a ton of adoption. A ton of things are breaking. We're constantly trying to fix things, right? The process is continuing. How has it felt? How are you guys optimizing that? What are you sort of doing behind the scenes to scale integrations?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, because that's basically me shuffling all that. And it's cool stuff. Given that we're more or less on the organic growth right now, we work with various projects, and depending on like what's been built, I would say that last year it was much more challenging because there were like more things that would pop up. And for instance, the max gas issue that I've mentioned was affecting a big chunk of projects. And at the same time, what's cool, projects were still being able to operate. You can still optimize, you can still but it's less Ethereum compatible when you need to modify the contract. So it's not an option for us as a long-term solution. But projects that wanted to launch as soon as possible were going through it. From now onwards, we want to move towards the approach where we provide a more smooth, without our direct involvement, we want to provide a more smooth experience for those who want to build, who want to start building on Aurora, etc., by enabling them not only by grants programs, but by the overall packaging. And it will, we're working it right now because, as you mentioned, the amount of projects grows more and more every day. And to be honest, they don't have much of the integration issues anymore, but it's more of a of how you can make sure and enable them to succeed. So it's outside of infrastructure layer that we are building for. So this is like one of the reasons we want to extract that.
Does anyone mind if I ask another question?
Go for it.
Else? Okay. So the Rainbow Bridge takes about 10 minutes to get from Ethereum to NEAR and Aurora. It obviously takes longer to get back, I think about minimum 7 hours right now. How are you thinking about arbitrage and market makers coming into the Aurora ecosystem for DEXs like Tri-Solaris? Have you seen any novel approaches with different bridges to bring over liquidity?
That's a good question. I don't look much more in the economical aspects, to be honest, but like from the bridging perspective, apart from like Rainbow Bridge, there is a bunch of solutions that, you know, like reshuffle liquidity, not truly bridge, etc., which are available. And it's basically like to bridge to Ethereum is also not such an often need as well. Like from the perspective, like you move to Aurora and you want to keep operating on Aurora, right? So from the novel perspective, I can tell you that we have a bunch of DeFi projects that launched natively on Aurora and that are, like again, the lending protocols I've mentioned, like we have 2 native lending protocols in the ecosystem and both of them are very like into doing innovative stuff. And even like the technical teams are strong, the financial interests and mechanics that they are looking into are strong, and I think it's not that often actually in the space to do that.
I'm sure if Peter had the mic, he'd say thank you.
Thank you.
No, I had another question. I don't know if you guys are allowed to answer this, but is there any talks with exchanges to support Aurora network for depositing and withdrawing? Because that would actually solve some of the bridging issues potentially as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, for us, it's again being a dev shop in the first place. We don't directly interact with that, but I'm sure that ecosystem works in some form with it. But I just don't know.
Makes sense.
But yeah, it does make sense, of course.
Other questions?
Cool.
Okay, then we'll leave it here. And then the floor is up to Jasper. Thanks so much, Anton. Hand of applause.
Hello. So I'm Jasper. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Flux protocol. Let me first get a little bit of a grasp for the room. Who knows what an oracle is? Who has ever heard of an oracle? Nice. Who knows what an oracle does? All right. Who's ever used a DeFi app, lending protocol, derivatives, anything of that sort? Nice. That's good. That's the wrong. All right. So let me start off with a little bit of history on us and NEAR and our relationship. So I come from Ethereum development. I was actually working on Plasma back in 2018, which turned into rollups. When Peter and I, my co-founder, met, we wanted to build something that required faster transactions and cheaper fees, which was something that a lot of people wanted, but we were building something in the prediction market space, which was notoriously hard to sell to users and notoriously expensive. Back then, a transaction on Augur would cost you like $40. I think in peak DeFi summer, a transaction would cost you $4,000 on Augur. So that was just like completely unscalable. So we were looking at different solutions, and coming from the layer 2 space, I knew that the launch of the layer 2s was actually going to be very, very heavily delayed, because that's always overpromised and under-delivered. So we were looking at alternative layer 1s. We were talking to the Polkadots of the world, the Solana of the world, the Ethereum Foundation for Ethereum 2.0, and we needed to find a team that gave us the conviction that they were actually going to ship something soon, because most of these companies had huge treasuries. Like Polkadot had like a $100 million treasury, which was huge at the time. Ethereum 2.0 wasn't in a huge rush to get something live, and I mean, we're founders, we need to ship something, even if it breaks, like, we got to get to market. So we met with Illia and Alex, who shared some of our investors, and first of all, their backgrounds blew us away, and then secondary, reading their white paper was really cool, and then the fact that they were pretty cash poor at the time helped us build conviction. I mean, they needed to ship too, in order to unlock their funds, in order to get to market, in order to prove their worth. Yeah, so we started building on NEAR in 2019, before there was a testnet, which was fun. I always say that actually the UX back then, like DevX, was already almost as good as like ETH back then. Like, it's only getting better. We were building a prediction market protocol. We thought that long-tail derivatives had a very, very bright future, and we were very excited about it. And then we went to market with it. And the only people that were interested in using prediction market mechanics at the time were people that wanted to build sports betting and betting applications. And that was not why we got into the space. We came into the space for the predictive aspects. We came into the space for the long tail of things, which we thought would be a lot more interesting. So from like a technical and philosophical perspective, that got old pretty quickly. Like, I didn't want to spend the next 10 years of my life focusing on sports betting infrastructure. So when we went to market with our protocol, we found out that there were sort of like two parties. On the one party, there was a parties that were interested in the market mechanics, which were these betting applications. But on the other side, the people that we actually wanted to work with, the DeFi applications, they're like, those prediction market mechanics are not capital efficient enough for us, they're not interesting, but that Oracle you guys are working on, that actually might be cool to settle our markets. Like, okay, so maybe there's something here. So we went back to the drawing board and we did one final pivot, and we decided to focus on the Oracle aspect of things. So there's already people that know quite a bit about oracles, but for the people that don't know what an oracle is, I think the best way to describe it is a data bridge. So you bridge data from the internet or the real world onto blockchains in order to set up to do certain things. So this is a quick overview. You just have a data source, like an API, and you have an Oracle network, however that works, and then the smart contract layer, so that people on smart contracts are able to use this data to perform certain actions within their protocol. Some example use cases of oracles are lending. So if you look at like the Aurora ecosystem or NEAR, you have like Bastion, Origami, Borrow, and then Ethereum has Aave, Compound. You have some perpetual swaps, other derivative products, and recently something popped up that's called DNFTs, which is like dynamic NFTs. Any NFT bulls in the audience? Nah, yeah, me neither. But essentially, it's a NFT that changes based on certain external factors like data. So maybe you buy an NFT of a house and the weather changes based on weather data or something. Yeah. Why is it important to decentralize an oracle? Why can't you just have these lending protocols shoot their own data into their protocols? Well, the fact of the matter is that if you want to create a non-custodial product, owning the data removes all of your sort of like selling points. If you control the data for a lending protocol and you decide to liquidate everybody, you can do that if you are the one that's entering the data into that protocol. So it's important to remove single point of failure there. It's important to decentralize that process and make it composable, permissionless. We have a pretty bold thesis, and the bold thesis is that currently on Ethereum, true DeFi almost doesn't exist. There is like the Uniswaps, there's the curves, the algorithmic DeFi applications, which are in fact like super decentralized. But then most of the current DeFi is actually built on permissioned infrastructure. So I have a little quiz, little quiz for you guys. Can you spot the difference between a smart contract built on centralized data and this house that's about to collapse? Well, they're the same picture. Joke's on you. So, but it's working, right? Like, I mean, there's been like one fat finger on the Coinbase API through Chainlink, but other than that, there haven't been many Oracle exploits using Chainlink by collusion or anything like that. Well, they haven't yet, but essentially, these data providers and that are being used in current oracles, which is a very, very small few, have the power to literally rock the entirety of DeFi if they wanted to. And obviously, that's something you want to avoid. Then there's another problem, which is that if I was a regulatory entity and I wanted to regulate something that is completely decentralized, I would try to regulate it at the only point that's actually accessible to me, which in this case would be the data providers. So in theory, there's this thesis for first-party oracles, and I mean, we're guilty of this as well, where you partner with high-quality data providers to provide data on-chain directly. It's something that, for example, API 3 or Pyth is working on. And it's pretty easy for a regulator to just knock on the door of these data providers and say, hey, you guys are providing data to a protocol that is doing illegal security or selling illegal securities to US citizens. You have to stop immediately. Like, it's just it's a point of failure. So what's the goal for oracles? The goal is to phase out reputation-based stake and replace it with actual economic stake. Basically make it permissionless and add economic guarantees. And I think another really important part is to allow protocols to aggregate their data sources freely and actually support that. We often advise the projects working with us to either aggregate multiple data providers provided by Flux, or like use Chainlink and Flux at the same time, use API 3 and Flux at the same time, like remove as much single point of failure as you can, because that's the only way you're going to get, well, that's the way to get the most secure data. So what is it we're actually building? We have 2 Oracle products today. One is a permissionless first-party Oracle implementation. We basically allow anybody to push data on-chain directly. We do Oracle aggregation, like we said, so removing the single point of failure. We have these aggregation contracts that allow you to merge multiple price feeds together, coming from different sources. And then we also have a third-party Oracle, which is a more decentralized, more economically secure Oracle that has some trade-offs, obviously. So the first-party Oracle is that simple. It's what I described. We provide high-quality data providers with some software, which is a provider node, and these data providers push the data on-chain directly to, for example, NEAR and Aurora, and then people on protocols on the NEAR and Aurora blockchains can then use that data to settle markets, perform liquidations, change the background of their NFT. I don't know. There are some pretty obvious pros and cons to this. The pros are that it's very reliable, it's transparent, it's fast, and the quality of the data is generally quite high because you can use private data sources. The cons is that it's not very decentralized, and it kind of kicks the can forward. You assume that these smart contract engineers are going to be, you put the responsibility to remove single point of failure into the hands of the smart contract engineers. I'm seeing this as a pattern with quite a few protocols that are going live nowadays, and I'm not sure if it's the best way forward, but I guess time will tell. Then we have a third-party Oracle. The third-party Oracle is a little bit more sophisticated. We have a protocol that consumes data, let's say Bastion. They perform a data request, so they send a request to our Oracle contract. We have a network of decentralized validators that's completely permissionless, that Oracle contract emits an event, the validator network picks it up, the validator network then queries the sources and posts the data on-chain with stake. And then it polices each other. So there's another step here where after the data and stake is collected, then there is a chance for other validators to step in and dispute the answer provided by the current validator set. It's economically secure, it's pretty decentralized, it's permissionless, and it's versatile because it allows you to do a lot with the data. The con is, and this is a very, very big one, turns out, it has a non-deterministic time to finality. The time it takes to settle the data to make sure that it's final and that it's secure can take up to potentially even hours, depending on like how long the dispute resolution mechanism takes, because it's based on a game theoretic principle that we took from some of the other people that are building what's called optimistic oracles. So currently, these two Oracle products combine to up to 830 million plus total value secured on NEAR and Aurora. Most of that is in our first-party Oracle. And, well, actually all of it's in our first-party Oracle. We're working, what we're seeing with these optimistic oracles that also other people are launching is that the use cases are less obvious. So it requires some hand-holding, which is what we're doing. So we're working with the graph, for example, on some use cases. We're building an NFT bridge using our third-party Oracle. Another cool thing that's been built is by UMA protocol. They built like a cross bridge using optimistic oracles, but it's all built internally. Like it's pretty hard to get engineering teams to, yeah, basically find vision or find ideas around your around the optimistic products. So what's next? I mean, the two products I just described had some pretty obvious pros and cons. What we're trying to do next is build sort of like the end-all be-all solution. It's going to be really hard. We're calling it the HTTP for Web3. The idea is to create a data layer that allows you to query any data source from any layer 1 in a permissionless and secure way. We basically want any, so the goal is pretty simple. Just as you're from any application or any website, you're able to make an HTTP request. We want you to be able to do that from any layer 1, from any smart contract environment. Yeah, so that it's mentioned. Yeah, there's some goals, right? So first is the permissionlessness. Then there's the economic guarantees. We're building a proof of stake network here. Fast response times. It needs to be fast. We've learned that from our first versus third-party Oracle research. That a fixed time to finality is just super important. And we want to enable people to have minimal overhead on launching on a new layer 1. What we're seeing today in the market, which is slowing multi-chain down a lot, is that let's say there's an Aave, and Aave would want to launch on, let's say, Aurora. Aave expects their ecosystem partners to be live on these new layer 1s. So there's this sort of like picking order between multiple protocols that have to pick where to launch what, when, and that slows things down terribly. So it would be way better if there's this separate layer that's accessible from any layer 1 that doesn't require us to physically launch there. So a quick overview how this would work. We have a Flux consensus layer, which is proof of stake. There is Flux tokens minted there. There is sources that are available to query. We have several networks that we support, and there's an Oracle contract in each one, which anybody could technically, anybody could deploy this. It doesn't have to be us. And these protocols query our Oracle contract. It once again emits an event, but it's picked up by the consensus layer now. And the consensus layer then provides the data on chain after querying the data sources and coming to a consensus on what the answer is. There's like staking done here, there's slashing done here, and then the answer is posted back to the Oracle contract again, after which the end user protocols can then query the data. Yeah. Oh, and token economic-wise, these protocols have to burn Flux in order to submit a query and then the validators are paid through a minting mechanism. So it's more similar to an EIP 1559 type fee structure. That's it. I have no idea how long that was. Do we have time for questions? Okay, nice.
You did a quick one, so off we go.
Hi, thanks. I have a question. Do you have any concrete requirements to make an oracle on Flux? For example, if I want to make an oracle that tells me the temperature in Lisbon right now, and I can make a thermometer myself connected to the computer.
Yep.
So everybody can know the temperature in Lisbon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can this oracle be bound to Flux?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like our first party oracle right now is like completely permissionless, and in the future it will also be. So yeah.
But there will be only one thermometer, only one computer. How can the whole network rely on this?
Yeah, you shouldn't, but you can post it on Flux. Nobody should use it.
Okay. Okay, great.
Other questions?
Information providers like Wolters Kluwer, and there's a whole lot of those businesses. How can they work with you?
So how it works today is we have a business development team. We get in contact with them. We give them a little bit of software. They run it on multiple nodes or multiple servers, and we subsidize their gas fees, and we subsidize some of their overhead with Flux tokens and gas tokens. Yeah. So yeah.
But normally they have a business model. They sell their information, usually in a recurring fee structure, X amount of display terminals, 20,000 euro per terminal, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Do you have something in your model?
Yeah, for sure. So in the first party Oracle model, right now we're subsidizing with tokens, but in the future, the protocols are paying fees to these data providers for the data that they're getting. Yeah. It's the goal right now is to bootstrap adoption. So we're taking on some of the costs personally before putting that responsibility in the hands of the consumers.
So I was kind of curious about your point regarding the dispute resolution and the fact that you can't have a deterministic time to finality. It seems kind of naive of me, but if there are consensus systems out there that do have very strong finality guarantees, like Tendermint, I was wondering why you couldn't have an Oracle network that uses that algorithm.
Okay, so the main problem, it's the algorithm we use, but it's also the fact that the dispute resolution mechanism and our infrastructure today is smart contract infrastructure, which makes it a lot harder. So that's actually the entire reason why we want to make our own sort of like network layer as well, is to be able to use those types of consensus algorithms over game-theoretic ones, purely game-theoretic ones.
Oh, got it. So your off-chain third, I forget what the terminology was, but that Oracle network right now is not, it's just like taking an average or something. It's not an actual consensus layer, or?
I can't hear your question really well.
Sorry. So your current, your current non-deterministic Oracle, it's not like its own blockchain. It's essentially just
it's smart contract infrastructure. Yeah.
Oh, it's totally smart contract.
Yep.
It's just kind of like you just submit a bunch of estimates and it picks out the outliers and then.
Exactly. And then it's like a voting mechanism with rounds and disputes.
I see. Okay. Cool.
Other questions? I think we're there, Jasper.
Great.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Super. Yeah, then we head on with 3 other presentations, short presentations, to keep the attention focused. please. The first one is on NearPay, and then two others will follow that one straight away. Go ahead. And before, it's all already set up. Before we start this one off, at 5 o'clock there will be drinks, and there will be typically Amsterdam brewed beers available there. So crypto beers, I have to say even. So be prepared for that. But first off, the story on NearPay.
Hi everyone, my name is Ivan. I am from Kikimoro Labs, and Kikimoro Labs creates different crypto products on NEAR, and not only on NEAR. So today we'll be talking about NearPay, and my colleagues from Kikimoro Labs will be talking about Rocketo. And what is similar between us is that we are thinking about payments, and we try to rethink the usual ways of paying. So let's start with NearPay. I came from Lisbon yesterday, and you know, I'm a crypto user. Almost half of my savings are in crypto. And in Lisbon, I rent an apartment, and I can't pay in crypto for my apartment. I also want to pay for water and electricity for my apartment, and I can't pay in crypto. I also rent a co-working, and I rented 3 co-workings for the last month. And actually, surprisingly, I can't pay in crypto for my co-workings. So, and according to the recent researches, only 10% of crypto users paid for their food in crypto. And we're not the only ones here who can't pay in crypto everywhere. By the end of 2022, almost 1 billion people will have the same problem. They won't have a chance to pay with crypto in their daily life. So this is a problem that we're thinking about. The second thing is that fiat money it has some problems. It's expensive to pay with fiat money or receive fiat money. I'm not talking even about cash, because cash is difficult to manage, it's difficult to receive, to count. For example, I pay for my co-working using the bank transfer. And the bank transfer goes for 1 day. And when I pay, I have to ask my landlord, the lord of the co-working, I have to ask, Ines, did you receive my payment? And she needs to check it, and after 1 business day, she says, yes, Ivan, I received your payment. And I have to say, okay. And this happened with 2 co-workings in Lisbon with me. And you know, it's kind of strange, because I have to spend my time, and she needs to spend her time. Even if I pay with Visa, the merchant will get his money the next day, or maybe in some 2 or 3 days. So I think NEAR blockchain has all the advantages of the cheap and fast transactions, so we can change this and make it, the different way. The third problem that we see is that crypto. Crypto is easy for us, for developers, for product managers, for entrepreneurs, because we're living in it. But for my mother, for my sister, for my grandmother, okay, my grandmother is too old for it, but they don't understand it. They don't know what blockchain is. They don't know what DEX is, so they can't buy crypto so easy like fiat money. They can't use it, the same thing. So how can we make the going on-ramp easier? Well, NearPay actually solves this problem. Well, we're trying to solve this problem. We're trying to connect this fiat and crypto world, because fiat world is, the amount of money in crypto world in fiat world is 75 trillion. In crypto, it's 2 trillion, and the amount of transactions is incomparable. And we need to somehow connect, intersect it, and make the crypto and fiat work the same for people, so they can spend their money like they do with fiat money. And the first thing that we're creating is the NearPay solution, including the NearPay card. We're creating the app and the desktop app that will allow users to manage their crypto near the first place, manage the crypto using non-custody, custody, and using a card. Let's see what are the features. So, of course, we will give users an opportunity to order the NearPay card, and so the user can pay with it in all the shops, in the cafes, outside. Every user will have Google Pay at the first time, and later this year we'll create Apple Pay. We'll support Apple Pay, and also every user will have an IBAN, so the user can pay with a bank transfer, or he can receive money. So this is, and it works. It will be working online, offline, with plastic cards, with physical cards, and virtual cards. This is what we are going to do in the future quarter, this quarter. Secondly, in our solution, there will be the custody part. So the user can buy, sell, trade, receive, send crypto right in the application. And this is not the only, it will be near focused, but the user can buy all the cryptocurrencies that will be in there. And the main thing that the user will have the non-custody part there, because we want the user to have control over his assets. So I'm not sure about different companies coming to the market. What do they do? Will they protect my money if I lose them, if the hacker takes over the control of their server? So we want users to be sure that they control their assets, and they have to have a non-custody part in this application, so they can transfer money from the non-custody to custody in the same application. And the last but not the least is earning. We want people to earn in the application. We want them to have an opportunity to do staking, to do investing. They can borrow something, or have some insurance. So if somebody here creates something for earning, just come to us. Let's do some partnership. When I've heard that many people are waiting for NearPay cards. So when will we do this? Well, actually, right now it's on its way, and in June we plan to launch NearPay cards. First NearPay cards for the Near community, for our developers, for our founders. So this will be in June. In July, I hope we'll launch, and everybody in our waiting list on our website, there are thousands of people that left the request. They will receive the card, and also we will offer this card to the Near community, Near ecosystem, and of course for the new users. So that will be in July. We will be offering cards for European Union first, and then we will support other countries. We're planning to go to UK and United States. Actually, to other countries too. It just depends on the legal part. But as many users will be in the Near ecosystem from other countries, the more faster we get there. So, and we don't want to stop on that. We want to go beyond that, and we want the users to have control over their assets, and we want to rethink the way that the user stores his money in the bank. Today, Illia told us about the active custody in his speech. Well, I think this is some of what we were going to implement in our solution, or half custody and active custody, so the user has control over his assets that are in the bank, so the bank becomes not only the payment gateway, and the user controls all the flow of his money. So the second product that NearPay develops is the on-ramp. Is the widget on-ramp, one-ramp widget. It can be used for on-ramp, for off-ramp, for buying crypto, for fiat, and for getting fiat from crypto. We want to focus on the user interface. Today we talked about the user experience, so this is the thing that we want to make perfectly, so that the new users that are not familiar with crypto, they can easily do. And this is what we're focusing on. But even if the user doesn't understand, we want to make it sure that he does everything correct. So we will have the customer support 24/7. We will allow the widget to work on the applications, in the applications and in the desktop systems of our merchants. And it will be easy to integrate into the merchant systems. Yes, I forgot to say that the widget is already working. It's on our website, and we're talking with many, and with some of the people here. We're talking to integrate our widget to their systems. And right now we have many projects in our pipeline. So where are we now? Right now we're at the beginning, but we already support a lot of countries, a lot of cryptocurrencies, and we want to make it more. We want to cover the whole world, whether it's possible, and we want to add more fiat currencies, and we want to be NEAR focused. So NEAR will be our number one. It is actually number one cryptocurrency. We will order the best fees for NEAR, and also we want to add some different providers, so the limits and the fees will be lower for our users. Yeah, so that's all from NearPay, and we're not stopping on this. We have other different products for payments between the crypto and fiat world. I hope I'll tell you about them next time. And now I invite David from Rocketo and Kikimar Labs.
Thanks, Ivan. Yeah.
Does this mic work? Yes. We are a bit ahead of time, so I can imagine there's a few questions. We can do two. Okay, after this presentation, okay, we'll do it like that. Super.
Hi, everyone. So, just a bold statement. What is the future of the payments, and why I'm asking that? We touched the time when the internet was slow. We also saw just the renting of video tapes, and we remember the time in the childhood when we were just picking up some tapes at the stores and trying to find something interesting. Then we went home and we tried to turn that on, I mean, the film, etc. But now we just see that in the internet. So something changed. I guess everything is running. And all of us, we're trying to do some projects. We're trying to develop something. But the one idea is that so one thing is missing. Nothing changed with the payments. And what the problem? We do something and we base that on the kind of bottleneck. So just imagine how usually your users manage their funds. They have paydays, they get money, they do something with that. They just handle their expenses at the start, and then they just waiting for their paydays again. This is how that works. From your side, your users trying to pay, I don't know, subscribes or etc., and you have cash gaps. This is just the one usual case which you have to handle as an entrepreneur, or you just faced that. This is the model which will live probably some time, but we and our team in Rocketo are trying to handle that. So what do we need for that? Something flexible, something which would allow you to control your funds. Sounds like fantastic, but as I told you about video tapes, that could easily change. So we need something flexible. We need something which you could control with just a button, which you would able to stop, to start, to continue, to add funds. something which will make your funds come alive. So this is what we make at Rocketo. Yeah. This is how the stream looks like. It's not just a GIF file. This is really the way how the funds are streaming into Rocketo. You can just deposit your funds, just pick the amount to stream, and just start that, and stop every time, continue, and you can follow the stream with the link. So this is the basic value which everybody here needs. It's kind of transparency. Grants, investments, paydays. There's just a few cases which probably needed this kind of payment pattern just right from the start. But I don't know why we just still transferring the money and waiting, as Ivan said, some days for the payments. And there are a lot of segments which, I said, already needed that. I guess that's renting. Just imagine you're renting a car and you have to pay deposit, you have to wait, you have to risk, you have to do overpayments, but you could just start the stream and stop the stream whenever you push your car. Just one case. Imagine that you're sitting right there and you're getting your salary just right per second doing your job. That's fantastic. That's not a future. That's kind of thing we needed a long time ago. Government taxes, any expenses, mobile connection, and just ordinary processing, and as I wrote here, just stream guaranteed loans. That's just the basic problems which we faced. For example, you need to borrow money, but ordinary banks wouldn't allow to do that just easily at the moment. They would ask you a lot of legal stuff, a lot of guarantees, etc. And if you would go to somebody on the street, you wouldn't face something successful. So, but you could just say, guys, I have a stream which will guarantee that I would give that back to you money, so that works. This is just a few segments which needed streaming, and streaming is kind of natural way of transfers which we can introduce in our life, and how we do that and what is going on in Rocketo will tell my colleague Olga.
Thank you, Dave. Hi, my name is Olga. So, yeah, so where we are right now, so we started in September. We were a Meta Build Grand Prize winner, and since September, in October, we were already in the mainnet. And that from that time, you can see on the slide, so we already have 7,000 streams created. There's more than 1 million stream valued. Stream value went through Rocketo, and we got a seed investment, and there are the funds that support us. So right now we are growing and scaling. So basically, Rocketo is already a working solution. So maybe can you raise the hand who understood what we are doing? So when I'm a business developer, I come to the people and I say like, hi, my name is Olga, I work in Rocketo, and we do real-time finance streaming. It's like. And I am waiting for, for some reaction, because usually people like, what? And it's basically true, because it's kind of new definition, new term, and it's not really used. And our team was looking in that area, and we were really attracted with this idea of what could happen if you stream money, not like one payment, but you distribute over the time. So, for example, we all got used to get salary once per month, or if we are lucky, twice per month. But we're working all the time, right? So we can get the salary every second, and that's actually what we are doing in Rocketo. So we already have user cases that the company use Rocketo to make the payrolls through us. So basically, you start the stream to your employees, and the employee gets this stream and gets the funds every second. And then you can withdraw that money and spend every day. And actually, we are really glad and happy to work in NEAR, because this is actually the place where this can authentically happen. because of the low fees and speed of transactions. So you know, it's the great place to make payrolls via streams. Other user case is vesting. So it's basically also you can start a stream and you can drop coins to your employees or your investors through the time. So it could be a stream for 1 year, and your investor would get the tokens every moment. And that's actually how we work with our investors as well. The third one is airdrop. So we recently finished the airdrop with Paras, an NFT marketplace at NEAR. And they distributed the token distribution all the 3 months through Rocketo, and that helped to users. Actually, it helped Paras, you know, to distribute coins and not to drop price of the coin, because usually when people get something, you know, for free, they would sell the coin and it could influence the price. But because this was the distribution all the 3 months, some people would get used to the project, he would look at the project, and at the end they wouldn't sell the coin that quickly. And so yeah, this is actually the current user cases. And what is the future? We are right now looking forward for like new applications of Rocketo, and we see that there are different spheres where it could be used. So one, as I said, like is a payroll field, and we can make whole corporate finance management system around the payrolls and make it comfortable for the companies to cope with the payrolls on the monthly basis. It's also, we see potential to work with the grants programs. So for the organization, it could start a stream to the project, and then during the period of time, he could see if they deliver the results, that's fine. If they do not, they just stop the stream, and until you know, there is some results, it could be paused, and then it could be started again. Yeah, it's a huge potential to work with game projects and use NFT streaming and use like rental renting tools inside the games. So also we see that in NEAR there is a lot of gaming projects with whom we could collaborate. For example, how you can pay with the stream for the music, and we're already like discussing some integrations with projects who do weather music, or you know, also. You know, actually we're also participating in a lot of hackathons. We are really open to new ideas how Rocketo could be used. So if you have any ideas, you can approach to me and we can discuss that. So apart from the traditional user cases, there are plenty of them. Yeah, the most exciting, I almost forgot about this slide. So because we are going to partner with NearPay, and could you imagine that you're getting the salary with the stream, and then you can get this stream just on your card, and then you go just to the bar, and in the evening you got your salary, and you just pay it, and that's it. You just, you know, you're happy. And this is the integration that we are going to make, and we are very excited about that, and we see that there is a future in that. So yeah, that's what we are doing in NearPay and Rocketo. Basically, as Ivan said, we are working on in finance sphere, and we are trying to think how it could, which different patterns we can bring to our daily use, and how we can change our patterns working with finances, and streaming is one of them. You can scan the QR code, so there's several links. One of them, one links are connected to the NearPay project, another one to Rocketo. You can approach me. I'm business developer at Rocketo. We can discuss some partnerships, and happy to answer your questions. I can invite my team here as well, and yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
I can imagine there are quite some questions. Very cool
But
story.
don't ask me what is a streaming solution.
I'm not going to censor people here. But,
Yeah.
Hi. I'm more interested in kind of legal regulatory aspect of your solution. So you said you're in 56 countries, and as soon as we start going into payments, cards, you quite often need regulatory approval to be in a country, etc., etc. And then you also need to do IML, KYC on your clients. So would you please tell us a little bit about how is that process for you? So crypto going into traditional payments.
You mean by card?
Yes. NearPay.
Okay. So right now we're developing actually 2 products that will lead to the cards. Today I talked about the all-in-one solution, which contains custody, non-custody, and the card. The non-custody part doesn't require anything from you, so you can just use your NEAR, you're using your NEAR wallet today. You can come to the NearPay solution, and you can input your seed phrase, and you'll have access to your NEARs. But in the same app and the same web interface, you will have the custody part. To use it, you have to pass the KYC, of course. You will have to pass the KYC. And to order a card, you also will have to pass the KYC. When we launch in European Union, you have to be a resident of the European Union. And then when we go to other countries, you'll have to prove the residence in those countries. It will require a KYC, and there will be some limits that we will have on the card. Yeah, but it's all regulated. We have all the licenses for Europe, for the UK. We'll have a license for US, so it's all legally regulated. It is a Visa card. It's approved by Visa, so it will be like a usual card. There are some competitors on the market, but there are no solutions on NEAR like this, and there are no solutions that offer all-in-one non-custody, custody, and card, like I said. Did this answer your question?
Yeah, it did. I was just thinking about, say something you link something that can be anonymous to identify the person.
I mean, you mean the video verification and the documents? It depends on the country that you're in. So it's country specific, and we can just send you the list once it's ready for every country what documents are needed to pass the KYC. It will be in our help center, I think, in a month. Thank you. So the first card will be in June. I think by the 1st of June, we'll have the documentation ready.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. What is the use case for the non-custodian card, and what is the difference between that and the NEAR wallet?
The non-custodial part is like the NEAR wallet. Non-custodial is just your seed phrase that allows you to do some operations on the blockchain, right? So it will be almost the same. The interface will be different. NEAR wallet has staking inside. It has DeFi applications inside, and in our system, maybe we'll have the same, but the main goal is you to have use a user to have control over your assets and to transfer from non-custody to custody. Non-custody doesn't require any KYC, but on the other hand, the application doesn't have access to your money in the non-custody, right? But in the custody, it has the access, so you can control which amount of money is stored in the non-custody part and in the custody part. But the non-custody part is just like the NEAR wallet. I mean, the basic features are like the features of in NEAR wallet, of course.
Yeah, so for the streaming, I was wondering what is the overhead cost of that?
So, yeah, thanks for the question. Right now, it's just the gas fee for the stream start and again gas fee for the withdrawal. So it's about 10 cents for the streaming. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
A wallet that's secured by a ledger or something like that. And I have like a spending wallet. I could just continuously put some money in it, like, you know, cash money, let's say.
You mean, would you get it right on your wallet?
Yeah, so I would be able to spend it immediately, right? So that's a use case I can think of that would be really useful.
Yeah, and the question is, does it work right now in that way, or what is the question? Sorry.
No, if the overhead's still the same. So if the combination of Rocketo and NearPay, I could potentially do this, right? If I understand correctly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So my overhead costs would be sort of maybe a fee for the card or some monthly fee for the card. And on the streaming, it's almost nothing, if I understand you.
Yeah, regarding the streaming, it's every time when you withdraw your stream amounts. So if you would, if you earn, for example, every second or minute, and you would withdraw, I don't know, 2 times a day, you will pay 2 times 10 cents. That is the math. And regarding the NearPay.
So in NearPay card, we'll have just the online conversion. Soon. We'll not have it in June, but further this year we'll have it. And when you just buy something in the shop, you buy the fiat. We do the conversion online depending on the exchange rate between the fiat money and the crypto, and it's so you'll have to pay for this transition from fiat to crypto to fiat, but it's not our price, so you don't pay like 10 times. It's linear. It's not like multiplied by the number of transactions. It depends only on the number of only on the size of the total transaction. Yeah.
Card fee, or you don't know yet?
Well, we're thinking about the plans right now. I'm not ready to tell you, but there are plans with a monthly fee. It's not big. I will be ready to answer you closer to June, this June.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Good luck. I think it's a very cool solution.
My question is if NearPay is going to be built on the back of your new algorithmic stablecoin that's coming out soon. Same way Alice Finance is built on the back of UST for Luna. Is that also the case, or?
You mean NearPay card?
Yeah, your NearPay card.
No, we're not going to be based on stablecoins, any stablecoins, nor on Twitter stablecoins, nor other stablecoins. We're going to be built on the different cryptocurrencies that are inside. So you can pay like from your fiat account, which has an IBAN for it, and you can pay with crypto. And the exchange rate will be fixed for the time for the I mean the exchange rate will be fixed for the time, the moment that you pay.
You transact your
So it isn't bounded to any stable coin at all.
But my next question is, why would I want to sell an appreciating asset in the form of Bitcoin for groceries?
No, I mean you can sell that if you want to go and spend your your money in a shop. You can sell that first. You want to pay with Bitcoin, then you want to pay with NEAR. No. First you'll pay with NEAR, then you'll pay with Bitcoin, then Ethereum, etc. So you can just sell the application with what you want to pay. Yeah.
Sorry? Similar question. Okay, other questions?
Maybe while there's a question, I would also suggest you to start your first stream. It takes really 10 seconds. You just need a NEAR wallet and that's it. So it's really fun also to maybe send to some friend or to your second account, like one NEAR, just to test it out, because it's really, it's a nice experience, and maybe you will have some ideas how to implement that in your project. So thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, then we're heading to the last presentations of Rhett. Here you go.
Thanks.
Yeah, so last presentation of the day before we're going to drinks. Enjoy.
I think I like this payment option. I I think I will stream some money for beers, and then I can drink with a frequency of 1 beer per quarter or something. Could be nice, could be nice. So my name is Rhett Oudkerk. I'm the CEO and founder of Zaisan. Maybe you've seen our logo on the displays here on the side. We are also the company that organizes this event. NEAR asked us to do that. So I'm very happy to be the last one on stage, the one that's keeping you from your drinks. So let's let that sink in for a few seconds. I'm the one that keeps you from your drinks. So what we do, so we are a blockchain system integrator. We provide infrastructure, so we're validator for, in total at the moment, 9 chains. We do a lot of NFT projects, predominantly on Wax right now. We have customers that launch pictures of Muhammad Ali, Neil Leifer. We have funny pictures of rap artists that certain collectors like. It's a lot of fun to be in this space. And some of our collections sold in less than 2 minutes, and others only sold 5%. So it's very unpredictable and very funny market to be in. We enjoy it a lot. And we build apps and tools. And let's go into those apps and tools predominantly. So we're founded by block producers from the EOS ecosystem. I founded EOS Amsterdam, and my friends from Dublin are here, and some other companies that participate in this Zaisan consortium are also here. People with backgrounds in bookkeeping software, people in backgrounds in running hotels. So we have a lot of experience. EOS Barcelona used to have a game studio, so we have a really interesting group of consortium members. And out of that group of consortium members, we're currently building all kinds of tools and all kinds of solutions. One of the solutions that is launched 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years ago, is an initiative called Europe Chain, which is the first GDPR-compliant blockchain. And blockchain cannot forget, and the GDPR asks you the ability to forget a customer or transactions or whatever. So we found a very innovative way to do that. So if you want to know more, ask me after this presentation. I'll have a drink in the bar there. We are working right now on launching a chain for India called Satya Chain that will also be integrated with the India stack, which is the identity system the Indians use. We have a mobile app right now. It's called Fact, which is downloadable in all the app stores right now. You can look at it as basically a blockchain in your hand. So you can capture evidence and hash that on a blockchain. So you can register, timestamp it right now. It has a full workflow system in the back end, so you can make all kinds of questionnaires. So vehicle inspection, or maybe this building needs to do every year an inspection of all the fire extinguisher equipment. You can make a workflow for that, inspect it, take pictures, and register that on the blockchain. And that application is called Fact. Mighty, that's the presentation I'm going to dive into a little bit more after this. And Flowbook is a tool that we're conceptualizing right now. It is a tool that aims to automate certain multi-signature structures. PIA is a privacy impact assessment tool. Maybe you know that as soon as you start to data process personal information, you need to do an assessment by law in Europe. So that can be done with our PIA tool. So let's dive into MyD first. Well, identities are everywhere. And right now, all of you know that identities, of course, are predominantly stored in a centralized way. And our idea is to build, or we have built, are working on. The desktop version is ready, but the mobile app is going to be launched in May. a fully self-sovereign identity platform. It has multiple features and functions. One of the feature and function is that it will be based on the decentralized identity standard. Do you guys know what it is? DID, W3C? Not a lot. Verified credentials, does that say anything? Well, it's a very interesting new standard. W3C is the governing body of HTML, HTTPS. And DID is a new standard for decentralized identities. So we want to get rid of authenticating with Facebook, authenticating with Google, authenticating with LinkedIn, authenticating with whatever. And the strategy here is called decentralized identity. So how can we utilize all the identity stores that are out there, from the local tennis club, from the local whatever, and glue them to one very big decentralized identity store? Well, that has value, but it really gets value if you could connect that to certain government bodies. So in the Netherlands, you have a geboorteregister, birth register system, where everybody, as soon as a baby is born, is registered. So if I have my own personal wallet with the data field, I was born at that date, and I could ask them to sign that, then that particular field is a verified credential. If my living address could be signed by the government, if my IBAN number could be signed by a bank, that sort of thing could be very interesting. If my employer relationship could be signed by my employer, then I have verified credentials. And if you could store that decentralized on your mobile phone, you really start to build an interesting infrastructure. So that is Web3 powered by DID and verified credentials. So what is the value prop for basically two sorts of consumers, the user and the platforms? So if you're building an application and you are handling users, we can help you with this tooling. We will integrate it with KYC capabilities, so I'll get into that later. We will provide all kinds of know your customer compliance features in there. It has a very advanced secure mechanism. I'm not a specialist in that, but if you want to know more, we can send you information. And we have a strategy how to engage more users in this platform with collectible NFTs and some fun stuff. So that's for a platform. And for the user, it's a full self-sovereign authenticator, wallet, NFT viewer. It has a lot of features for a user. You would call it a wallet, but it's so much more than only a wallet, I would say, especially due to the KYC. So it's in June this year, private beta, probably a little bit earlier than that. So sign up on mighty.online for the private beta. It will have in the first version the NFT viewer. We have a lot of customers, for example, in the hotel industry that want to give away discount vouchers. So this NFT viewer will have all kinds of categories. So you can show your art to your friends, but you can see your vouchers that you received from the hotel that you're staying in or whatever. Very interesting architecture for that. And it will have the KYC features in the second phase. How will that work? You'll have your mobile phone, you tap your passport, it reads the chip, and we do that. It reads the chip. In the chip, there's a 3D picture of your face, and that can be used to authenticate yourself. It can also be used in future authentications. We call that a liveness check. So if you need to do a transaction with this wallet, you just point it at your face, and it's matched against the picture in the original chip. Basically, we started with this. We had a lot of customers that wanted KYC users. They launched an NFT project, they did some airdrop, and there too many bot accounts claimed the airdrops. So they asked us, can't we have some shape or form? We tried all kinds of strategies with signing up with multiple social media accounts, all kinds of strategies to limit the bot usage, but at the end of the day, that's pretty difficult to organize. So we tried to look for a proper working KYC solution, and we found out that all the solutions that our exchanges are using, typically they are between 4 and 20 euros for one authentication. And they are completely focused on their documentation and their dossier. It's not user-friendly. It's horrible. I mean, I signed up two crypto companies. I signed up at least 20 KYC processes. It's horrible. What we tried to find is a provider of very friendly, user-friendly KYC. We found one. It's a company called SIP. New company, not focused on really documenting the KYC, no, focused on user-friendly KYC, focused on high-volume KYC. Yeah? Companies like festival organizations in the Netherlands are, by law now, new law, required to do KYC for festival visitors. Then you have, there's festivals here in the Netherlands with 80,000 people. In the next year, they are required to sign up with KYC. So you need very efficient KYC processes if you want to handle 80,000 guests. All the football clubs are required to do KYC. You can't do that with the mechanisms implemented in the exchange KYCs. You need very, very efficient KYC processes. So that's what we have in here. We'll have an NFT viewer. There's a few NFT, token.art, tokenhead. There's a few NFT viewers, and we will have that integrated as well with some categories so that you can have your art and your collectibles and your vouchers in different parts of the app. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhett. Questions?
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask that, there's a joke in the internet about there are 14 conflicting coding standards. Let's make one for all. Now there are 15 conflicting code standards. What about this solution? How can we make it the only solution for everybody, not just another one among the LinkedIn, Google, and else?
Well, it's surprising that when I asked how many of you know about DID, nobody raised their hand. So I think that's step number 1, to create number 15. You're absolutely right. Now, I think W3C is a very strong organization, very well known, but it is a new emerging standard. I think this verified credential model can be very interesting. But that, of course, needs to be pushed by governments. If the local Amsterdam administration says we support verified credentials, that could be a very interesting step. How many of you are from Europe? It's a big half, about half. Well, then you know of the GDPR. You have the data subject, the data processor, and the data owner. And if you look at the GDPR and you know about self-sovereign identities, then it really feels that it doesn't fit, because it really, really looks at you as a victim. Yeah? You are the subject, and somebody else is grabbing and controlling all your data. I think when we are starting to learn about self-sovereignty, then me as a data subject I should be in power. I think the GDPR needs to be changed and make it a requirement for you to be in power. Yeah? That would really be pushing for self-sovereignty. And I think it's doable, it's pretty easy. Just change a few words in the law, and then instead of being the subject, you're the controller. You have ownership. I think that would be very powerful if we do that. And processes and standards like DID are a step in that direction. It's very interesting.
Beautifully said, Rhett.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another question.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an in-house question, but
yeah, he's Zaisan, so if we have questions later.
Yeah, but we saw here a lot of nice presentations today about payment services, cards. I spoke earlier to somebody here who's dealing now with potential banking in further countries, third world countries and stuff. How can Mighty support those operations?
Well, one of our aims is to provide a platform for companies like that. They are very likely not doing their own KYC implementation. They purchase that from a KYC provider, and we want to be one of those providers that really understand the whole crypto space and the whole blockchain space, and be a partner for that. Zaisan, as a company, we participated in a lot of startup competition pitches. Once Adam, we're all bolds, by the way, it's very easy. 3 bold guys here. Adam, no, sorry, we have also people with hair, if you prefer that. No, it's not everybody, it's not everybody. Now, we did a pitch competition one day, and there were like 60 companies pitching. And Adam was ranking, do they need Zaisan? Yes. Do they need FACT, our mobile app to capture evidence? Yes. Not in every case, but like in 50% of the use cases, they could use it. But our identity tooling, everybody needs it. If you're from Europe and you need to build on top of GDPR compliant solutions, we have something for that as well. So yeah, come talk to us, I would say.
Other questions?
Thanks. Yeah, that was really interesting. And when I was discovering new features or working on my product, I was also diving into KYC products and suggestions on the market. And for example, in the Rocketo, the stream costs 10 cents. It's nice, but when we would scale and when we would need the KYC, the average price per one check was about $1. That's 10
for
times.
volume, yes.
Yeah, that's 10 times so higher price than our product has. So we need to somehow break our economics or financial models. So the question is, yeah, first it's interesting, which pricing do you have, and if I may ask you, and the second one is, would it be cheaper or would it be more expensive in the next years? And how should just the startups handle the KYC price? Because it's sometimes much higher than the price of just our products. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a very, very, very good question, to be honest. I think there's a lot of startups that don't think about the cost of transactions. Who the hell still builds on Ethereum? I don't know, but it's impossible to make a positive business case there. So that's one. There's friction between business models and the architecture and the infrastructure. Gas fees, impossible. KYC costs, friction again. But that's a reality. I think that's what we need to solve. And we are trying to be an ecosystem partner for you guys to be able to do that. We looked at the whole KYC space, and very fortunate that we found this company that wants to work with us. They are in the ticketing and in the KYC ticketing space, and they love us as their blockchain partner, because now they extend their reach to an industry that when they started the company, never realized that they had the same problem. So we are very flexible in pricing models. We want to work with you. We don't want to make it impossible for your business model and our business model. So yeah, I can't say this is the price. I just say I want to help you.
Okay, cool. Questions left? Anyone? Okay, then I think we're going to finish it off. I think so, Rhett. No? You fully informed everyone. So thank you so much.
Thank you all.
For Rhett.
Let's have a drink.
Yeah, so we are going to the final stages of NEAR at Devconnect. I'm going to invite you for a drink in the lobby here. Like said, before these talks, we have a specially Amsterdam brewed crypto beer available that you will be able to take away for a drink at home. Proud to present it today, although it's not a real presentation. Tomorrow it's being launched, but you're having the soft launch here, so enjoy that one. Please also scan the QR codes, because it's about educating people on decentralization. So take the beer, talk with other people about it, and that will make more people aware of the necessity of the space we're in. I thank you very much for the attention today. Eric says, that's a little disclaimer, but take it as take the beer as a takeaway and don't drink it here, because they have a specific license agreement with Budweiser, which we don't want to interfere with. But as a giveaway, so take it at home, and then I think as soon as you're out of the door, you can also drink it outside. Well, thanks so much for your attention. We had a great day. I hope you had a very informative one. Hope to see you in the lobby, and of course see you at the next event. Cheers.